Okay. Oh God. Let's see. Hmm.
Be quiet.
Shh, be quiet. Shh, be quiet. Shh, be quiet. What? Holy shit. No, this cannot be true. No. What? What? We've lost all of the... Saves are gone. Saves are gone.
This is a conversation with...
Okay. Guess we're gonna react to this crap. Okay, I'm reacting. I'm a reactionary, or whatever. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about nothing.
This is a conversation with Victor Davis Hanson, a classics professor, military historian, a senior fellow at the Stanford University's Hoover
A realist
Institution,
in IR.
and one of the most prominent advocates and supporters of Donald Trump, especially
IR
within
realist.
the academic think tank world.
Oh, fuck
If
me.
you've listened to this podcast before, you probably noticed that I am quite critical of Donald Trump's foreign policy. While I don't reject everything he does, I have some pretty fundamental issues with how he treats Europe, NATO, or America's allies, and its international commitments in general.
Or any other allies, really.
And you also might have noticed that many of my guests are very critical of Donald Trump's foreign policy as well. Just in recent months, I spoke with John Bolton and Applebaum, Francis Fukuyama, all of whom have been even more critical than me. However, I don't want to close myself off in my own bubble, and I think it's good to be open to ideas of people with different views.
How does this video only have 3.2 thousand views? Isn't this channel pretty big?
Especially if they argue in good faith and if we agree on some basic values. And that's why I'm speaking with Victor today. He's a pretty staunch Trump supporter, but he also has many views that are not typically associated with Trump and MAGA. He strongly supports NATO, he's a major supporter of Ukraine in its war against Russia, he's very hawkish on Russia, and he's overall...
Well then, what are we even talking about? Trump just sold out Ukraine completely and utterly in his peace plan, so what are we even talking about? The fuck are we even talking about? Conversation should end here. Honestly. Conversation should be over. What?
The type that many Donald Trump supporters might call a neoconservative, with views that Donald Trump himself has frequently criticized. And so we speak about how all those things go together. How does protecting the post-war liberal order go together with Trump talking about annexing Greenland and Canada? Why didn't Trump end the war in 24 hours as he promised, or whether he was naive in his plan for how to do that?
A very simple answer, because he couldn't. That's why.
How can Europe be in an alliance with a US president who doesn't believe in alliances? Or why he thinks that Trump is actually the most pro-European president in US history. To clarify, I don't agree with many of the views that Victor has talked about on European or American domestic politics.
What?
But that's not what this podcast is about. And I didn't
Trump is the most pro-European president in history? Okay, cool. The most pro-European president, huh?
Focus on that. And I'm still not sure whether I actually agree with anything he said.
But
despite that, I think that it's a fascinating conversation that I was really glad to have. And I heard a perspective that might not be the same as mine, but that I still found to be really interesting. And I hope that you'll feel the same way.
I'm sorry, I'm so tired. I don't want to be this person, but I'm so tired of hearing utter bullshit and just, interesting. No, certain points of view are just stupid, not interesting. Not everything is interesting, okay? Some points of view are simply stupid. That exists.
This podcast and interviews like this can exist only thanks to its supporters on Patreon, to whom I'm deeply grateful, and who get a bunch of perks in return for their support, including the full ad-free version of this and other episodes, and additional bonus content. And if you want to get even more geopolitical analysis, I also write a newsletter. You can find the link in the description.
Amazing.
And now, enjoy the conversation. So welcome to the podcast.
Thank you for having me.
So
I don't know if I'm gonna enjoy this. I don't know. We'll see. There's remain to be seen if I'm going to enjoy any of this crap.
I wanted to talk to you because you are, I think, quite a unique person in the media academic think tank scene, because you're a lifelong conservative, and I would say one of the most prominent supporters of Donald Trump, but you also have views that are not typically associated with the MAGA movement when it comes to foreign policy. You support Ukraine, you're quite hawkish on Russia, you support U.S. commitments to NATO, and so on.
But Trump doesn't.
And so I wanted to understand
Trump
how
does
these
not.
things go together, and
They
what
don't.
is your perspective on the U.S. foreign policy under
They don't,
Trump.
because
And
Trump doesn't respect
just
those things.
for context, I'm European, so that's sort of my perspective that I'm coming from here. And so maybe to start, let me ask you, What
Doesn't
is
sound
your
European.
overall opinion on the foreign policy of Donald Trump's second administration so far? How happy or unhappy are
Maybe
you
a bit.
with it, and how well do you think Donald Trump is doing in this area?
On foreign policy, I'm very happy. I think all of us are worried about the debt. We have
Oh my God. Very happy on foreign policy, huh?
$37 trillion in debt, and we're paying $1 billion a day in interest, and that could go to defense, for example. So the interest on the debt is higher than the defense budget. So that's a problem. And the other thing is there are people in the MAGA movement that are losing influence, and as they lose Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think to a lesser extent Tucker Carlson, and as they...
Did you want to say Charlie Kirk? Did you also almost say Charlie Kirk? Also, Marjorie Taylor Greene is just quitting.
One of the ways that they vie for influence...
Just saying, Marjorie Taylor Greene is just on the way out. She's out.
Is they try to bring in I guess they call them an alt-right, alternative right, but basically they're obsessed with Israel and support for Israel, to a lesser extent Ukraine. And sometimes
lesser
they voice
extent,
things
MAGA
that
is
are overtly
anti-Ukraine,
anti-Semitic and conspiratorial, and that the left has been, mostly in the United States, the party that tolerated anti-Semitism in the
left is not a party.
Last 30 years, mostly on the university campus and mostly in association with the Middle East. The old anti-Semitism on the right had died out, and now there's a recrudescence. So those are things that I'm worried about. But foreign policy, I was very worried under Biden, given that we had 2 theater-wide wars. Chinese had a balloon that just traipsed across the United States, and we didn't. We
still have Ukraine at war.
The European NATO countries were not as ready. I think one of the problems that Europe has with Donald Trump is they can't separate the art of the deal rhetoric from the actual policy. So he offends people, and that is part of his...
It's not just art of the deal rhetoric. It's actually policy. The 28-point plan is not just art of the deal rhetoric. It's policy.
Strategy to get people
Trump
irritated.
Cannot separate his art of the deal rhetoric from policy, actually.
Angry and demands outrageous things, and then they want to compromise and come back to where that was really his goal. So take the 2%. He can say he was going to leave NATO, he was going to not honor Article 5, but what he wanted was the 31 nations to just make the 2% GDP. And now I think all but 3 have. And that when he came into...
No, he doesn't. He wants 5%. When did this happen? How old is this interview? What do you mean 2%? Hold on. How old is this interview?
Office in 2017, only 6 had. In fact, even the Europeans were agreeable, or even perhaps on their part had the original initiative to go up to perceived 5%.
No, it wasn't the European initiative. It was Trump's initiative. Poland actually did that on its own, but the rest of Europe, it wasn't their initiative, so that is incorrect.
Which, to be frank, is higher than we're only at 3.8% of GDP. But the question that people have is, does he do and the same thing with tariffs? He goes very high, and then it's art of the deal, negotiate back down to say 15% or something, which is about what we're tariffed by Europe. So here in the United States, his critics say, well, maybe that's true, but the damage is done.
And so it's not really part of the deal if you demand ridiculous things and then you just go down from ridiculous demands. That's not really artful deal making. That's just very knuckle-headed, straight ahead, punch, punch, punch deal making that anybody can do.
Psychologically, and people don't forgive him. And then his supporters say, it doesn't really matter about the rhetoric or what people feel, it's the actual results. So then they say to themselves, let's surveil.
Yeah, and the results will be that
the United
Ukraine
States
will be fucked.
better off in the Middle East. And just be empirical about it. Russia is gone now for, it is gone out of the Middle East. It has no foothold in Syria.
Okay, yes, it does. It actually does because Syria is talking to Russia again. So Russia is, as we speak, regaining its foothold in Syria. And also it seems like Trump wants to give Russia everything that it wants in Ukraine.
Nobody has to ask Russians to go into Syrian airspace if they have to. Iran will not be getting a nuclear weapon for 4 or 5 years.
Oh, wow. What a
success. It has no air defenses for the immediate future. Everybody said the Hezbollah were the SS of the
that's not success.
SFs of the Middle East. You couldn't tamper with them. They'd blown up Americans in Lebanon, the embassy. They were indomitable. They are neutered for a while. Same thing with Hamas. They were the people you had to take seriously, not the Palestinian Authority. They're in the subterranean labyrinth right now. They're not really a cohesive terrorist group anymore. The Houthis...
Yeah, and there's still... And yet Israel is still bombing Gaza, so peace has not been achieved. Not really.
Quiet. They were basically had stopped all commerce on the Red Sea. We go to Ukraine. Donald Trump, in Art of the Deal, thought that he could charm Putin, and he kept reminded everybody that of the last 4 administrations, there was only one in which he didn't leave his borders. That was Trump's because of his Jacksonian deterrent policy.
I'm sorry, what?
He kept reminded everybody that of the last 4 administrations, there was only one in which he didn't leave his borders. That was Trump.
Under Trump's first term, the Donbass war was happening in Ukraine, so that's not correct either.
Because of his Jacksonian deterrent policy.
There was no deterrent policy. He did not stop the war in Donbass. He actually blackmailed Ukraine. So...
And then he tried to flatter Putin in the Art of the Deal.
And failed.
Fashion. Putin, I think, very stupidly didn't understand that.
Putin understood it very well, actually, and played Trump like a fiddle. What do you mean he didn't understand that? He's getting everything that he wanted and possibly more he'll get. What do you mean Putin very stupidly did not understand that? Putin did an excellent job manipulating Trump all this time.
And played him. Donald Trump, being Donald Trump, said, I've been played by Putin.
Yeah, he has.
He went home to his wife and said, Vladimir was very friendly on the phone. And she said, oh, yeah, by the way, he just killed more Ukrainians today. So... Now, the Congress has approved, I think it's 170 billion in future support for Ukraine and six congressional bills.
No, there's no support for Ukraine in $170 billion. That's not happening. That is fiction. There's no aid packages.
Donald Trump has to be very careful because he is a Jacksonian. That means he wants to go overseas in a reactive fashion to restore deterrence, kill Soleimani, Baghdadi, bomb ISIS, destroy the Wagner group in Syria that attacked us, one-off in Iran, but not get on the ground, not nation build, not use U.S. forces.
Not support allies.
In what the MAGA base is called forever wars. And he's been very successful at that. So the Middle East...
Well, no, he has not been successful at that. He claims to have ended many conflicts on which the violence still happens, the fighting still happens. Ukraine was supposed to be finished in 24 hours and still does not seem to be close to ending, even with the whole 28-point deal blackmail.
I think is much calmer than when he entered office. I think he's the only president in the United States
This is a delusion.
that has talked about Ukraine, our ex-president, our congressional, in terms of humanity. And I don't know whether it's because he's a builder and killing is a bad deal, but all he talks about.
Oh my fucking god, this guy's an idiot. This guy's an idiot, I swear. Oh, he talks about this war in terms of humanity, as he lets Ukrainian cities be bombed and destroyed and civilians killed, as he does not give Ukraine any anti-air systems to protect civilians. Yeah, he speaks about the war in terms of humanity. Brilliant. It's just, I cannot believe what I'm hearing. Boomer brain rot, LOL says. Kuitekos, yes, I agree. I agree that this is brain rot. Jesus Christ Almighty. The only president that speaks in it in terms of
Out
humanity.
here in the United States is this week 7,000 were killed. This is a waste of life. This makes no sense. This is crazy. And
Look,
we
he
gotta
just
stop.
throws slogans. War bad, people die. Therefore, we shouldn't support Ukraine and we must stop the fighting. They must just agree and Ukraine must give up land, because that does not mean that people will surely in occupied territories, Ukrainian people do not die, right? Also, under Donald Trump, Ukraine has been more bombed than ever in this war. More civilians are dying in cities than under Biden. It's worse than under Biden, objectively.
Stop this killing, and nobody really gives him credit for that. But I didn't hear a peep out of.
Yeah, I wonder why nobody's giving Trump credit for the fact that he keeps talking about people dying while more civilians are dying under his aid to Ukraine.
Biden about the human cost. And he said the same thing about the Middle East, both about Gaza and about October 7th. So
yeah, Israel is still bombing Gaza. So you can talk all you want about the human cost and how death and killing is bad, but unless you actually stop the killing, it's all worth shit. It's all worth nothing.
he's misunderstood, I
Infuriating.
think, and I think that's partly because of the crudity and uncouthness of his tweets and his bluntness.
I think that's exactly the reason why I wanted to speak with you, to present sort
Infuriating.
of this different perspective on what he's doing. And
I assume at the time of this talk, the 28-point peace plan or surrender plan has not been unraveled yet.
I want to dig deeper into a lot of the different things that you've hinted on. But before that, do you think that Donald Trump actually has a coherent foreign policy
No.
vision?
No, he does
or
not.
a plan?
No.
I spoke with John Bolton a few weeks ago on the podcast, and he said, who worked with him, and he said that Trump doesn't really have something like this, that it's just more instinctive ad hoc decisions
Yeah, it
reacting
shows.
to what happens
It
on
shows.
that day.
I can tell.
Would you agree with that, or do you
Yeah,
think that Donald
I
Trump
would.
has some kind of a coherent vision or plan that he's following?
No, I prefer the view of Walter Russell Mead in the Wall Street Journal. I agree with him. He's a Jacksonian, so his overarching view is that the United States and its interest will be preeminent again in the world, and that requires radical changes domestically. That means we're going to be the largest, as we are now, gas and oil producer. We're going to be preeminent in rocketry, AI, robotics, genetic engineering, all the new technologies. We're going to be self-sufficient in things that can hurt us, like rare earth minerals. And as part of that, countries that what he calls Western or Westernized, and this is very controversial here because of DEI and things, he feels that they have a natural affinity for the United States and vice versa. And he feels almost patronizing, they would say, but he would see as a custodian. And and so on that ground, this seems
This is
Orwellian to
just
say
empty
that, but he
blabber.
is the most pro-European president we've had in a long time. Far
Holy
different
shit.
than Barack Obama. Barack Obama.
How is he pro-European when he wants to sell out Europe? How exactly is he pro-European? Pray tell me. The president that wants to So Europe is pro-European, of course.
Said that, on his apology tour, the West was a colonial, they were enslavers, all of that stuff. Trump feels that the United States and Europe and westernized countries in Asia, Taiwan, South Korea, Australia, the Philippines, and of course Japan, all have common interest, and he is going to build the United States.
Well, no, he does not believe in that common interest because he just betrays allies left and right. Ukraine is part of that world, and yet he does not believe in a common interest with Ukraine. He believes in a common interest with Russia, with North Korea, with Iran, China.
Back up economically and militarily, and then he wants them to do the same. And together they will have overwhelming presence in the world, and their civilization will be preeminent. It's a very unpopular, sort of eccentric 19th century view of Western civilization. But that's how. But to implement that, what Bolton might
that's
say
why he likes
is that he's
Putin so
transactional.
much.
He's not orthodox. So if somebody comes to him and
that's why he likes Putin so much, because much like him, Putin also has a 19th century view of the world.
Says, you can't take out the Iranian nuclear facilities because that's a MAGA red line. You'll lose your base. He doesn't care. He'll say, this is in the interest of the United States and Europe, and I'm going to do it. All the European leaders say privately they want it gone.
Good joke that he did, that he attacked Iran in the interest of Europe. Hello, fake Kelly Parker. I've been recommended to watch this, and I'm just, holy crap, this makes me angry. All of those political analysts, let's say tall and other crap. The pro-Trump academic.
They don't say it publicly, but they want it gone. So we're going to do this. And then the other traditionalists say, well, they're going to respond and you're going to have to hit them harder. And he says, no, I'm not going to hit them harder.
What a joke to think that Trump is even remotely an academic.
Respond, hit gutter, and we'll get the people out, and you can have a ceremonial tit for tat, and then I'll declare you it's done with, make Iran great, all of that. No Republican would have ever done that. A Bush or a neoconservative, nobody would have done that. But that is consistent, not as Bolton suggests, that he's just haphazard. That's consistent with this Jacksonian idea that we're going to create deterrence, we're going to punish our enemies, help our friends.
Yeah, we're not really, and by we I mean the United States. There's no real deterrence created if no threat is ever acted upon. There's no deterrence with Trump. Trump says do this or there will be consequences, and then there are never any consequences. So what kind of deterrence is built upon that? None. Helps friends? Well, Ukraine, I guess, is not a friend because Ukraine is being sold out as we speak. For what? Ukraine gets nothing and Russia gets everything. Maybe it's just a sad fact of life that Ukraine is not a friend. Russia is. But Russia is not exactly part of that Western civilization worldview that Trump supposedly believes in. Russia sees itself as completely outside of it, so I have no clue what sort of coherent foreign policy supposedly we're dealing with here, if those are the results. Helps friends. And this guy is supposed to be super pro-Ukraine and super hawkish on Russia, and yet he praises Trump's foreign policy to just make it make sense. He says that he is good on Ukraine with foreign policy. Out of the deal.
Promote Westernism and avoid, if
possible. Russia openly opposes Westernism. Openly just opposes it. So why does Trump push so much to give Russia all that it wants in Ukraine? In fact, Ukraine is the country that pushes for Westernism. Ukraine wants to Westernize openly. It's in its stated goals to join the European Union, to join NATO, to Westernize. And yet, Ukraine is not treated as this Western civilization ally that you speak of, Russia is, even though, again, Russia openly opposes Westernization.
By overwhelming military strength and deterrence, forever wars, nation building, the whole Afghanistan, Iraq, Vietnam syndrome.
Just a quick break here. If you care about geopolitics,
I
and
do.
I assume you do since you're listening to this, you might want to consider signing up to get my newsletter, Station Zero.
No,
Once every
thanks.
week or two, you'll
No.
get a free geopolitical
stop.
analysis, a story, trend, or pattern of something that's really important,
Stop.
but that most people tend to miss.
Oh my
Like the
God.
one where I describe a chaotic oil war that's been going on between the US, Russia, and Saudi Arabia, that you basically never hear about, but that's quietly shaping geopolitics. If you want to sign up, just click the link in the description. And now, back to the conversation. I think that's really interesting, especially that you say that Trump
Can you
has...
push back on anything, or is this gonna be a nothing conversation? Nodding and saying that things are interesting does not make an interesting conversation. Okay, it just makes a one-sided lecture. I'm not seeing a conversation. Anybody could do your job. A cat could do your job. Could have a cat here nodding and have a little piece of paper with the word interesting on it. Push back against something. Create conversation. Create dialogue. Do something, guy.
custodial view of the West and Europe, because I think that the overwhelming sense
Like, what
here
the fuck?
in Europe is more that rather than being annoyed of being patronized, it's more a fear that we're being sort of left out in the cold alone, and that the United States is sort of now only thinking about its own interest rather than the collective maybe interest of
Actually,
the
the
West.
United States, or rather Trump, is not even thinking of America's interests, since, I don't know, Trump seems to be fine butt fucking both the US and its supposed allies abroad.
West, as it was seen before.
He would say, I think, well, that's only because of Europe fault, because we're having the same struggle here in the United States with neo-socialism, the Mondani factor and things like that.
Neo-socialism.
And we
Okay, I do not treat this person seriously. I do not treat this. I don't care what this guy's achievements are. I don't care what sort of academic this is. But once he says neo-socialist with Mamdani, I do not treat this person seriously anymore. Neo-socialism.
Don't want to do that, because to do that would weaken the United States. But you have more area and you have a greater population. Greater Europe is almost 500 million people. So there's a reason why your GDP is still lower than ours when you have, 150 more million people, and your cost on electricity and power are phenomenal compared to ours. You have rich deposits you could frack. You could produce nuclear plants like France. Germany is imploding by this wind, solar stuff. We have experimented under Biden with open borders, 12 million. It was a disaster. We closed the border. We're deporting people.
No, it wasn't a disaster. Like, you cannot just say X was a disaster without explaining why. Why was it a disaster? Please explain.
So what he would say is,
Uh-huh.
you're doing what people in the United States on the left wanted to do, and we saw what happened under Biden. And if that had been
okay. Criticizing the left, DM. Okay, of course. Why am I not even surprised by this crap?
successful, you would be in bad trouble right now, because the United States would not be strong or able to protect you, at least to the degree that we will be as we self-correct. So custodian, in the sense that he wants Europe to be stronger. He says that all the time. He thinks they make good weapons. The Swiss came over and they charmed him and they showed him all of their Rolexes and everything. And he said, oh my God, Swiss better. I've got to lower the tariffs. He has great admiration for the history of Europe, but he feels that
he does not know any of the history of Europe. Fuck off. Like, great admiration for the history of Europe. fuck off. I just cannot. I cannot with this guy. I don't know why, but this video is really, really grinding my gears. Like, really, really, really in a bad way. The hell you mean?
Can't really work with it if it's so
Trump has a
if he
great
thinks it's
admiration
suicidal
for
like
this
the American left. That's just the way he feels, and that's why he looks very.
Oh, American left is suicidal. Elaboration 0. You're not gonna elaborate on that point, because why? Why would you, right? Why would you elaborate on that point? Why would you do that? I don't fault you. They're part of the reason why this fucker is in power. Yeah.
Fondly at Meloni in Italy, or many of the Eastern European governments that he's very close to, or Neil.
Yeah, he's very close to Zelensky. You know, him and Zelensky are real tight. Tight. Really good relations, you know? Trump would never fuck Zelensky over, or any other Eastern European country. For sure.
The Farage phenomenon, he thinks that will be, Malay and Argentina. That's what he wants to see happen. And people advise him, don't get involved in the internal affairs of Europe, blah, blah, blah.
This is so out of touch. Oh my God.
But he wants to be liked by the Europeans. That might be his weakness.
Well, he is failing fucking miserably. If Trump's goal is to be liked by the European, then he is failing. Oh my God, is he failing?
That he's always bragging that he says he know Sturmer's okay, and Macron called me on the cell phone, and Meloni's beautiful, and my gosh, I love Orban. I don't know why they demonize him like this. And that guy over there in Finland he's a great golfer. He's my favorite European. He talks that nonstop.
I wanted to get back to Russia and Ukraine.
This is such empty fluff. I cannot believe this. This guy is supposedly an academic. I guess it takes people of all stripes to be academics, I guess.
Because that's sort of a big topic I want to talk about. And before the election and right after the election, Trump seemed very confident that he would solve the war
hours
very fast, which did
out
not
of the deal.
end up happening.
He didn't mean it.
And you've already hinted that he had sort of some kind of approach to Putin that Putin rejected.
Yes. It's just it's all out of the deal. It's all according to plan, all according to Keikaku, and it's all gonna be good in the end. Spoilers, it's not.
What do you think that his original plan was? And wasn't it maybe
the same as now
naive? Because it sort of expected, that Russia would agree.
Trump naive? No.
Trump was suggesting and would accept some kind of a compromise, and that Ukrainians would also accept something that Trump would negotiate on their behalf, none of which really ended up.
Trump sure is hoping that Ukraine will accept something that he's negotiating right now, the 28-point surrender plan
happening.
Trump came to the war with certain understandings.
By that we should clarify negative understanding. He doesn't just come into this conflict with no understanding. He has negative understanding. He has been spreading misinformation about the war actively, not just about the reasons why the war happened, not just about current political climate in Ukraine, but also he has been spreading lies about what's been happening on the ground, on the front line. He has been spreading complete misinformation about troops being surrounded when they've not been surrounded. He has negative understanding of this war.
He felt that he could deal with Putin because Putin respected strength. So when they called up Trump and said,
You know what? If Putin respects strength, then you know what? That explains why Trump cannot get this done. Because Trump is just not a strong man. There you go. I think we've solved it. Indeed, maybe, like, I don't know. Maybe Putin really does respect strength, but that just means that Trump is like has no leg to stand on. Because, you know, Trump's not really all that strong as a person. The only point that gives him any leverage and strength is that he's the president of the most powerful country in the world. If he was a president of any weaker country, he would not be able to do shit. And he's hardly able to do shit as the president of the most powerful country in the world. So let that sink in.
the Wagner Group is attacking an American installation, what do? He said, kill them all. And he did. And they killed more soldiers of Russia than during the entire period of the Cold War in one day. And so when he came in, he felt that what he had done with Soleimani and getting rid of ISIS and Putin not invade, he had mistakenly seen that as Putin respected or feared him. So
there was already a war in Ukraine when Trump was in office the first time. I really don't like how this point is being overlooked. I really don't like how the host does not point that out. Does the host even know that? Does the host even know that Russia has been fighting Ukraine since 2014? This is so infuriating. When a person just sells this bullshit that under Trump there was no conflict in Ukraine.
Have leverage. Then he felt that part of the problem that that was prolonging the war was that Joe Biden was weak and Russia didn't fear him, and more importantly, that we had the worst combination of carrying a twig and talking loudly, the opposite of Teddy Roosevelt, speak softly and carry a club. In other words, Biden kept calling him an assassin, a tyrant, a murderer, but then he suspended arms to Ukraine. So Trump came in and...
Yeah, Russia respected Biden arguably more than Trump.
I should say a little footnote, he had a problem because the MAGA base, the extreme, the Tucker Carlson base, the Marjorie Taylor Greene, looked at Putin as a Christian Orthodox defender of Western civilization, and that Ukraine had been a...
Except Russia is openly fighting against Western civilization, TM.
Part of Russia. This was an internal borders dispute. The borders had been shifting. We had this conversation in 1939. Western Ukraine, as they point out, had been Roman Catholic, Polish speaking until the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
No, it wasn't. What the fuck? This guy has no clue what he's talking about. He's supposed to be this huge Ukraine supporter, and he has no clue what he's talking about. Until the Ribbentrop-Molotov Western Ukraine was Catholic Polish speaking, that's not true.
1,000 years. So there until the Ribbentrop, as they point out, we had this conversation in 1939. Western Ukraine, as they point out, had been Roman Catholic, Polish speaking until the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact for 1,000 years. So
what? Oh my fucking god! I cannot. What? Wow. This illiterate is an academic that speaks on Ukraine and is supposedly a big Ukrainian ally. You know someone is full of shit when a Polish person hears that Western Ukraine was Polish speaking and Catholic for 1,000 years and I just grab my head in disbelief to the utter nonsense that I'm hearing. You could make, if I were to be charitable, you could make a point that parts of Western Ukraine were definitely Polish-speaking and Catholic. But by the same token, you could say that Western Ukraine was Jewish. There we go. Western Ukraine, until the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, was Jewish, and Judaism was the thing, okay? This is so stupid. Excuse me, Lucy, who is this clown? I'm just not familiar. Some academic, some great, brilliant academic that is pro-Trump and very strong ally of Ukraine and very hawkish on Russia. I just could not fucking believe what I just heard. Western Ukraine for 1,000 years was Polish-speaking and Catholic. It would take me a while to untangle just how much wrong there is with that statement. Holy shit. Wow. I've been sent this by a friend. She said that it's a very infuriating video. An idiot. A complete fucking idiot. And I quote her when she sent me the video, and it was like, you know, could not be that bad. Could it? Could it be that bad? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like, I don't know why this makes me so angry in particular. I heard many dumbasses talk about Ukraine. I've heard many dumbasses talk about Trump and his policy. But this just seems to be getting on my nerves in a very specific way, in a very particular way. And I think I'm starting to understand why. It's because this guy is positioned to be some great intellectual, part of academia that supports Trump. It just makes me think that even the biggest idiots can make it into academia, I guess. He's so out of touch on everything. Every single topic that he is talking about. So out of touch. Completely. Yeah, apparently there are pro-Trump academics that believe that Western Ukraine was Polish-speaking Catholic for 1,000 years until the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Because this guy has no clue what he's talking about. He has no clue about the ethnic or national makeup of Western Ukraine. And I just cannot. I don't want to waste 1 billion hours explaining that no, the entirety of Western Ukraine was not Polish-speaking and Catholic until the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Lviv is not the entirety of Western Ukraine, you idiot.
This is an internal border dispute. It has no geostrategic, and so he had to deal with that. So very quickly he saw that there was a solution, and I think a lot of people talked about it. There was no way in the world that Ukraine was going to be in NATO. There was nobody had the wherewithal to force Putin out of the Crimea or.
Okay, okay, answer me this then, you dumbass. If there was never any question of Ukraine being in NATO, then why did Russia invade? That was the whole justification that Trump parroted. Your boy Trump said that part of the reason why, or even the most important reason why Russia invaded, was because there was a threat of NATO and Ukraine joining NATO. But you just said that was never on the table, which is true, by the way. It was never on the table. So, what gives? What gives? Why did Putin invade in your mind?
The Donbas area that he had already occupied. So the question was...
Yeah, he was fighting in it. He was fighting in it during Trump's first term.
Trump came in and said, you know what, Putin, we may arm Ukraine to the teeth, but they're not going to be in NATO. Number two, you can go back and tell everybody...
Oh, well, spoilers. He did not arm Ukraine to the teeth. So I guess that was bullshit. If Trump actually told Putin that he could arm Ukraine to the teeth, that was a lie.
That you were the first Russian leader to institutionalize the return of Crimea and Donbass.
Return of Crimea and Donbass. This guy is supposed to be pro-Ukraine. The return of Crimea and Donbass. The return.
Part came. So depending on when these negotiations were taking place, Russia was 50 to 100 miles west of the original border. So then Trump said, let's have a DMZ in a commercial zone, rare earths, all this stuff. And he thought that Putin would go for that. Then Putin could go back. But apparently he thinks now that Putin has to deal with the oligarchic class, the military class. And when he goes back and says, I got 1 million Russians killed and wounded, I bankrupt the country, I became an international pariah, I embarrassed the Russian military before the eyes of the world, I'm ostracized and alone, I may have to...
This is such fucking stupid. Oh my god. I'm so poor. I became a pariah. I did this, I did that. Poor me, poor me. Oh my god.
May be secondary boycotted by China and India. And all I got was a DMZ. It wasn't worth it. So he's basically saying to Trump, you've got to let me get more and more. I've got to get another 100 miles, another 150. And I think Trump is saying, no, stop it where you are, and I can get peace for everybody.
No, he is not. Oh, this conversation has very quickly aged very badly, okay? What do you mean you're not getting more? Yes, he is. The entirety of the Donbass, according to the peace plan. The entirety of it. Even the parts that Russia is not occupying yet. So yeah, it's not you're not gonna get more, Putin. It's actually you're gonna get everything that you want. This guy is, once again, out of touch. I have no idea how you can pretend to be an intellectual and be pro-Trump. It's a complete mystery to me. But now it's all becoming clear. It's all becoming clear. This person's just an idiot.
You can go back and tell your people what you did. Zelensky can be the hero that stopped Ukraine. The borders were shifting anyway.
Zelensky can be the hero that stopped Ukraine? What the fuck does that mean?
They gave up some land, and we're going to
some
protect
land
Ukraine so it won't happen again. That's
20% of the country is some land. Okay, sure.
He thinks can happen.
What do you think is Trump's plan now that he's sort of learned that the original idea is probably not going to be accepted by Putin?
I think now
he's going to pressure Ukraine, as he has been doing since the beginning of his term, to accept all Russia demands. There you go. I solved it.
Decided that the obstacle to peace was not Zelensky who agreed.
No, he has not decided that, it seems. He still very much sees Zelensky as the obstacle to peace. And him stubbornly not agreeing to the 28 points peace plan. So that's bullshit. That statement is completely incorrect.
To what I just talked about, essentially, but Putin, and there's only two things that one can do.
Give him all that he wants.
With one can do. You can keep supplying Ukraine so it fights defensively along this long battle line and bleeds out the Russian army, and they're doing that. You can selectively or maybe comprehensively issue a secondary boycott. Trump is very scared of that because he's got a year before the midterms, and the left is hammering him about prices and affordability, even though the inflation rate is much lower than average on Biden. So he doesn't really want to get to tariff China,
the evil
maybe India, for buying Russian oil. He's jawboning them, but he's trying to isolate Russia so that it cannot sell its oil.
Yeah, he's trying to isolate Russia. That's why he gave him the red carpet treatment in Alaska, and he's not really doing any. He did one sanction. He's not going after the Shadow Fleet, And recently, Marco Rubio has said, oh, I don't really know how much else we can actually sanction Russia. I think it's impossible. I don't think there are any more sanctions that we can use. So, again, fuck off with that.
In the world market. One of the things he's doing, he's increased just in 10 months, people forget that, natural gas and oil to the largest production in history of the United States. We're by far
Oh
not.
my God, shut up. Stop sucking Trump's cock so much. Stop. Okay, he will not sleep with you. He's not gonna marry you. Stop it. Keep it in your pants. I don't need to hear it.
The largest producer of gas and oil. We're pumping 14 million barrels a day.
Really?
He's going to open up vast swaths of Alaska, and he thinks he's going to get to 16 million barrels a day. And he wants gasoline has fallen here in the United States from $3.40 a
Also, as a side note, I guess the planet can just burn. Okay, who cares about future generations of humans? Trump will be long dead by then, so who the fuck cares what happens to humanity in the future?
Down to 298.
Just saying.
Just in 10 months, and he wants to get it down.
Just saying that the whole green energy, as much as people like to bash it, is not just a hobby project. There's a reason. It's not like, oh, oil is just too easy. Let's just handicap ourselves and do green energy for no reason.
$2. People think that's crazy. It's not good for the green lobby, but he feels it'll also bankrupt Putin because it'll bring down the oil price.
Also, he does not want to bankrupt Putin. That's the opposite of what he wants. Okay?
That's one of the reasons he doesn't really talk enough about
the green lobby.
Because he wants to.
Does this distinguished academic also not believe that global warming is a thing?
Criticism that he's too interested in foreign affairs and he's too much in Europe and he's not a America First agenda. He's getting that every day in the conservative media. So, but that's one reason why he's doing that. The third is strategically, if you wanted to win the war, Ukraine wanted to win the war and force Russia back to its borders, then strategically it would be justified to hit more targets inside Russia. And that would be electrical generation, oil production, weapons production. And to do that, you would have to do more than just these sophisticated drones they've been using. Quite effectively, you would need Tomahawk missiles.
Oh, the one that time and time again Trump has refused to give Ukraine. Those Tomahawk missiles. Okay.
Or, 1,500-mile range. And Putin has told him if you do that, that's going to be an escalation.
Oh, no.
The advisors around Trump say to...
What did the United States and Europe, the West is such pussies. Russia can escalate all at once, but Europe, the United States, oh, no.
Trump, there were rules in the Cold War that neither nuclear power, superpower, used a proxy war to attack the homeland of its rival. So we had Vietnam. We didn't use Vietnam or Korea to bomb the Russians who were supplying.
By that logic, this rule has already been broken and nothing happened. Biden has already given, before going out of office, the permission to use missiles on Russian territory. Nothing happened. So again, stop with that bullshit because nobody's buying it.
Either one. We kept clear, and we gave arms to the Taliban in that proxy war, but we didn't go into Russia. We didn't attack Russia via the Taliban. The one time it happened, that was Nikita Khrushchev used a proxy Cuba to arm them and point missiles at us, and we went to DEFCON 2 and told Khrushchev we were on the edge of nuclear war. So
yeah, and Ukraine attacked Russia with missiles provided by Biden. Biden gave permission and nothing happened. Go figure.
The advisors around Trump say to him, if you supply Tomahawk missiles, and they are U.S. brands, and this is envisioned as a proxy war to hurt Russia, and you're directly involved, and directly involved would be defined
Nuclear
by American
escalation,
advisors on the ground in Ukraine, showing Ukrainians how to target etc. And there's probably some there already about defensive patriots and things. Then that's a provocation, and we're going to have a problem. So I think that's a red line, and that's why he backed off. But that would be justified if if this was a theater that did not have nuclear geostrategic consequences.
Well, I'd be really interested to...
Okay, please push back. Please point out that Biden gave permission to use missiles, and yet nothing happened. I beg you, guy, please do something. Anything. This is such a shitty interview. This is not a conversation, for sure. What the fuck? What in the fuck is happening here?
To hear your view, but to me, it kind of seems that now, where we are today with Trump's policy towards Russia and Ukraine, is that after roughly the 10 months or so of him being a president, we got to a point where his policy is more or less the same as Biden's policy was in the previous administration.
But worse. But worse, because Ukraine is in a worse position than under Biden. Thanks, Donald.
There are some differences, but at the end of the day, it's both of them are supporting Ukraine, but with some limitations.
No, actually, it's worse under Trump. Trump is not supporting Ukraine. Trump is not sending any aid packages to Ukraine. So it's just worse. Trump is just Biden, but far worse.
Both are sanctioning Russia, but also with some limitations. So it seems that
This guy also doesn't know what he's talking about. The US under Trump sanctioned Russia only recently. Very begrudgingly.
With a pretty similar policy as Biden has had previously.
Actually, I take it back. The policy is not similar at all. That's bullshit.
I think that's true. If you were to ask Trump about it, he would give you the same line that he always did. Wasn't my war. I inherited it. He didn't fight.
No, you didn't. Okay? No, you didn't. There was already fighting under your first term.
My tenure. He only fought on presidents that were weak. He went into Ossetia and Georgia when George W. Bush was bogged down in Iraq and a lame duck in 2008. He went in under Obama because of the South Korea talk, when Obama said, tell Vladimir that if he gives me space as my last election, I will dismantle missile defense, which he did. And then Putin did go in as he gave him space.
Yeah, and he continued fighting under Trump's term.
Get reelected. That was the hot mic fiasco. And then he went under Biden, and Biden said he wouldn't react if it was a minor invasion. And he suspended all shipments in June of 2021. He put a hold on them. So Trump comes in and says, I didn't make this. He wouldn't have done it under me because I was too unpredictable. And I don't know what I would have done. But
and yet the fighting continued under Trump's first term.
Done it. So now I am cleaning up the mess. He thought that he could clean up the mess, and now he sees that it was not resolved despite Biden's inadequacies. So now his strategy is to do, I think he's coming back.
This is such bullshit. I cannot believe. Misanek, cześć, that part about Ukrainians speaking Polish for 1,000 years killed me. I know, just fuck me. Fuck me, man. Just... This guy is part of the academia that is pro-Trump. Well, now we're witnessing firsthand what sort of academia tends to be pro-Trump. The level of academia, the pro-Trump academia. Just wonderful.
What Biden is doing with the qualifier that NATO is in much that there's going to be some absurdities that are going to be ended.
I almost spit out my drink when I heard that 1,000 years line.
Europeans, for all I understand, they need natural gas, but Trump is going to force them not to buy things from Russia. especially
That's not true. He's not gonna force anybody. In fact, Hungary has already received exceptions from the recent. He's gonna try to force Ukraine to sign a shitty deal. That is what he's gonna try to force.
Germany. And I think they've all agreed within a year to stop it. And the U.S. says it's going to supply liquefied natural gas. It can't do that in sufficient amounts, but that was kind of an absurdity. And then I think with the addition of frontline states like Sweden and Finland and the rearming, that he would say that the United States is rearming, that within a year, NATO and the United States are going to be much stronger than they were 3 or 4 years ago. And
Oh, so cool, so cool. See, actually, Ukraine does speak Polish, just a little bit modified, and it's called Ukrainian. Wink, wink. Yeah, of course. Fuck me, I forgot. Yeah, of course. I forgot that. Actually, Ukrainian is just slightly modified Polish. Yeah, I forgot. It's like, there used to be Polish, and then a mod team entered and installed a patch, and now there's Ukrainian. Hello, Great Rain. I'm very frustrated by this video sent to me by Carasso. It's just the worst thing. I was in a far better mood before I started watching this video. I was like, how bad can it possibly be? This guy is a respected intellectual. If you look at all these books, look at the helmet. This cannot be bullshit. This couldn't possibly be bullshit, and yet here we are.
When Biden left office, we were short 45,000 recruits, and we were told by the Secretary of Defense that this was going to be permanent because of gang activity, obesity, drugs, competition with the private sector. We just couldn't get them. Now we've had...
The premise is that he is an academic that is pro-Trump. That is the entire premise that you need to know. I'm a legendary academic, and I am pro Mr. Donald. Okay? Yeah, I know.
55,000 new recruits.
Why would I pay you for Ukraine when you could mess up an interview again? I didn't mess it up. I recovered the file, and I'm writing an article. Also, the interview went well. Also, I did more than just one interview during that single trip. Also, you would not pay me for Ukraine, no matter how many brilliant interviews I do. So. Like, I've already crossed you out of my list of people that I expect to pay for Ukraine. Someone throwing shade in YouTube chat as always.
Was that there is a particular type of American that likes to be in combat, and they are usually defined as white males from rural areas, often the South. White males in America represent 33% of the population. They died at about 75% in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Oh, no.
But when you targeted that demographic, as Biden and Austin and Milley did, and said that they were suspect of racism or white nationalism, they were going to be investigated. DEI was going to adjudicate promotions. Trans, gay issues were going to be a paramount.
Oh my fucking God. Of course trans issues are being mentioned. Of course. No talk with a shitty conservative can be complete without mentioning of trans issues, of course. He's literally right. Right wing.
They just in droves did not, and then 8,000 of them were drummed out because they didn't want to get the vaccination. Trump comes in and says, there's no DEI, it's meritocratic, we don't care what you look like, and we want you people who were hesitant.
Yeah, it's meritocratic. That's why an investigation into indigenous women being kidnapped and murdered is gonna be closed because it's all merit. It's all about merit. You can die on your own merit, minorities. It's fine.
To come back, and we're going to emphasize battlefield efficacy, period. Arms, and that's what he thinks he's done. So that's a long explanation.
Okay, that is a good way to finish the sentence. That is what he thinks he is doing. Okay, I guess I can agree to that.
Feels that Europe and the United States are incrementally but insidiously getting stronger every day, and Russia's getting weaker. Before, it was the United States and NATO were maybe getting weaker or staying.
Yeah, Russia's getting so weak that it's being proposed with a peace plan where it's gonna get everything that it wants, possibly more. Brilliant. Russia's getting so weak. Oof.
Same, and Russia was increasing, and now he thinks that Russia is being bled white and its economy is in ruins, and the world is.
Yeah. Russia's economy is in ruins. Russia's so bad. Russia's so shit. And that's why Trump's going to reward the invasion with a plan that has 28 points. Thanks, Donald.
Starting to fear Trump's tariffs and things, and they're going to get in line and not buy Russian products or export to Russia like they were, at least at the same level. And more importantly, his threats will be less and less serious because NATO is getting much stronger. People, within about 3 years, NATO is going to have 2,000 or 3,000 frontline fighters, and they're going to be piloted by some of the best pilots in the world.
Sorry, what?
Americans. They're going to be years. NATO is going to have 2,000 or 3,000 frontline fighters, and they're going to be piloted by some of the best pilots in front. Within about 3 years, NATO is going to have 2,000 or 3,000 frontline fighters, and they're going to be piloted by some of the best pilots in the world that are comparable to Americans. So, when you look at NATO's strength, it's pretty indomitable. The United States has already said that if Russia and China continue,
NATO's so indomitable that it trains people on warfare without drones. Brilliant. NATO's training standard does not include drone warfare. It includes taking trenches, crossing rivers, and doing many other things without taking into consideration that drones exist.
Weapons that we're going
so it really was so indomitable. Indomitable will of NATO.
Do the same thing and increase our. We have 6,500 nuclear weapons, and they're going to be updated. It's kind of tragic we have to do that, but that's what Russia and China have been doing. And Trump has said they're not going to get an edge over strategically and then challenge both the homeland, and we're going to have a missile defense, he thinks, but they're not going to challenge the homeland or try to pick off allies of the United States and said America would not protect you in an existential war.
One thing that I wanted to pick up on was that it kind of seems that you're saying...
This guy, of course, did not push against anything, did not... This was not a conversation. Don't lie to me by saying this was a conversation. Conversation is a back and forth. I say something, you say something, I say something back, you say something back. We create a dialogue. There's, this little thing called a dialogue. This was just this guy saying something for a prolonged period of time and the host saying, interesting, indeed.
That
it is indeed interesting.
Trump is actually more hawkish on Russia and maybe more pro-NATO than it seems, or that he's
no, he's not, and no.
Letting it seem like, because his base, or some part of his base, and a lot of the influential voices in MAGA don't really share that view. So he's sort of toning it down, but in reality and in policy, he's more hawkish and more...
Yeah, and policy is so hawkish about Russia that he's just giving Russia all that it wants in a peace treaty draft.
Or pro-NATO, that it seems. Is that correct?
No, it's not. Absolutely not.
Thank you for listening to the free part of this interview. The conversation is not over yet, but the next part is only for the paid members on my Patreon or Substack.
Oh, fuck you. No, this is such bullshit. I'm not doing this. I'm not paying you to raise my blood pressure any further. Just for that, I'm gonna download no. This is such shameless locking of content behind a paywall. Swear to God. I was horrible. I am not pleased with this video. Did you enjoy? Have you enjoyed this little, I don't even know how to call it, interview / conversation / lecture? Admittedly, this is not the end. The rest of it is paywalled, so I had no clue if he didn't push back in the rest, but I don't care. I don't care. Okay? I don't care about... Lucy, do you like incense sticks? Yeah, I do. God. The disappointment is just... I cannot deal with it. I cannot deal with the disappointment. It's too much. I cannot. Okay, I'm ending this. Because why not? We might as well continue this. What a disappointment. What a mess, right? Okay. Who pays for this? Oh, I guess the fans of this guy. They pay for it. Oh, no, Lucy. Trump is actually incredible pro-Asia. He's basically legitimizing and bolstering Xi Jinping with his future plans. Yeah, he seems to be doing a great job bolstering all of his dictator buddies. It's like a common theme. Common theme of Donald Trump. Let's read out the thing, because of course Trump has made a big statement, big fat juicy statement or whatever. Look at this. Okay, look at this. It's incredible stuff. Oh wow, okay. I missed. Appealing. There you go. All right, let's see. Donald J. Trump. The war between Russia and Ukraine is a violent and terrible one that, with strong and proper US and Ukrainian leadership, would have never happened. Oh my God. So it's not just Trump that was shit. It's not just Biden being shit that caused the war. It's also now like this a sudden subtle jab that also alongside with Biden, Zelensky was shit. If only Biden was not president, if only Zelensky was not president, this war would have never happened, of course. Strong and proper US and Ukrainian leadership. It began long before I took office for a second term during the sleepy Joe Biden administration, and has only gotten worse. If the 2020 presidential election was not rigged and stolen, the only thing that the radical left Democrats are good at doing, yeah, because the Democratic Party is such a radically left-wing party. You just cannot believe how left-wing communist socialist the Democratic Party is. Just that leaves me astounded every single time. There would be no Ukraine-Russia war except for the one that has been raging since 2014, that I did not stop during my first term. As there wasn't not even a mention during my first term in office, not even a mention, even as battles in Donbass continued. But who cares about that? That doesn't count as a war. Putin would never have attacked. It was the only when he saw Sleepy Joe in action that he said, "Now's my chance." The rest is history. And so it continues. I inherited a war that should have never happened. A war that is a loser for everyone, especially the millions of people that have so needlessly died. Millions of people have not died. Casualty does not mean death. It means also wounded. Okay, Grandpa, release the files. Also, will be there any Jeffrey Epstein's topic? Says Vladimir. I did that yesterday. I did a whole Epstein thing yesterday. Maybe there will be a topic. We'll see. If there's any update to the story. The rest is history. Ukraine leadership, in quotation marks, because I have no clue why. I have no clue why now leadership. Maybe it's because Zelensky is not eager and optimistic about the 28 point proposal plan draft for, capitulation. Has expressed zero gratitude for our efforts. Because no matter how many times Ukraine says thank you, no matter how many times Ukraine expresses gratitude to everybody, it's just worth shit. So I don't know. At that point, I'm starting to think maybe Ukraine just should stop saying thank you, because it just falls on deaf ears, at least with the US and Donald Trump. Why they say thank you when it's sometime later it's gonna be zero gratitude, shitty country, shitty leadership, just accept my plan, shut up. Thank you for your attention in this matter. I don't know. Zero gratitude. Fuck me. We're back. If I've heard that before. I'm starting to think that in Poland as well, by the way. There's a whole discussion about Ukrainians showing no gratitude to Polish people. Usually pro-Trumpian, far-right lunatics repeat that line. Like parrots. And Europe continues to buy oil from Russia. You're really gonna say that? You're really gonna be saying that Russia's still buying oil from Russia? That Europe is still buying oil from Russia when you gave Orban Viktor his little exemption? And by extension, by the way, the exception was also given to Slovakia. Just so you know. That Slovakia gets its gas, Russian gas, through Hungarian-operated companies. So if Hungarian-operated companies get the exception for Hungary, by extension, those same companies also get the exception for Slovakia. So not just one, two countries got an exception from the sanctions for the price of one. Lucy, how much Russian oil do you have? Enough to last me the winter. Just kidding. I don't have any heating at home. So I guess not a lot. I don't have Russian gas or oil, I guess. This is ridiculous. Trump has given exceptions to two countries in Europe that happen to be pro-Russian and anti-Ukrainian, by the way, so. It's okay. The Czech Republic has changed government and is not being more in line with its policy with Slovakia and Hungary. So zero gratitude. Europe continues to buy oil from Russia. The USA continues to sell massive amounts of weapons to NATO for distribution to Ukraine. I mean, Crooked Joe gave everything free, including big money. It's called aid, you buffoon. God bless all the lives that have been lost in the human catastrophe. President Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's a catastrophe. It just happened on its own, like a natural disaster that nobody could have predicted or controlled for, right? It's not like a leader of a country. It's not like a country made a, like the leadership of a country has made a conscious decision to attack its neighbor. No, it's just a human catastrophe. It's just like natural disaster. Who could have known? Who could have prepared? Who could have done anything? No one. No one could have done anything. It is just a human catastrophe. Oh boy. Donald J. Trump. I'm surprised he did not end this whole crappy Truth Social thing with I thank you for your attention in this matter, or God, make America great again. Can I blame Yeltsin for giving rise to Putin? Yes, you can. Okay, that's brilliant. That's amazing. What an amazing entry to this historical drama, huh? What an amazing entry. I'm loving what's happening. It's just the best thing in the world. Nobody could have predicted that life would be so great. So great. Let's see what's happening in the TVP world. I wanna react to some slop content now. Let's break. I want to watch this on my own time. 1 hour, 10 minutes. Pokrovsk and Ukraine before winter. As I prepare to go to Ukraine again. As always, consider joining the page.
As another summer and autumn campaign.
As always, consider joining the page, donating or subscribing, because I am in dire need of funds. Dire need of funds. Desperate need of funds. Dire desperate need of funds. Diet Coke. Okay. What the hell is this? Oh. Where did I subscribe to this guy? Correspondent. Okay, I guess I'm gonna watch this on my own time. Guess I'm watching this on my own time. Oh, we just read the tweet. Or Truth Social, but there's a whole article about it on TVP World, I guess. Zero gratitude. You're gratitudeless twats. Von der Leyen. Oh no, really? Really? The plan came from Russia? Really? No way. Really? I did not know that. I did not even suppose. No, you gotta be kidding. That's a joke, right? The plan came from Russia. Who would have suspected that all those awkwardly phrased sentences that sounded like they were translated from Russia indicated that the plan came from Russia? Who could have predicted that? I could not have predicted it. It just caught me so off guard. But I want to watch some. There has to be some slop that I can be watching before going to the news. Carasso, you're gonna help me. Gonna help me find some slop to react to. Oh, I have it. I have it. I'm almost here. I'm almost in the slop. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, the surfs. How long is this VOD? About boobs and stuff. How long is it?
Are we ever?
Office this weekend, and this is Sydney Sweeney's third movie released in 2025. And while Americana and Eden did open up in less theaters, both also had abysmal.
Hold up. She had 3 other movies?
Limiting traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very keen.
Wow.
Take it how you want it. That's a dog whistle. It's a dog whistle, and the people that got it, they got it.
I'd
Now,
say
this
it's a
ad
bullhorn.
was supporting eugenics. And if you don't know what eugenics is, let's just use the Nazi Germany example. The mustache man believed that the true ideal best German was white man, blue eyes, blonde hair. And if you just take the ad at face value, you might think it's not that deep, bro. But it is, and it always has been. Anyways, a few days
Not
ago,
that deep,
Sydney
bro.
Sweeney got a perfect chance to denounce white supremacy and say, no, this ad wasn't about race. It was just about having great genes. This is what she had to say.
Is there something that you want to say about the ad itself? The Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Do you have?
The ad spoke for itself.
You think the ad spoke for itself? Okay. And
Damn.
the criticism of the content, which was basically that maybe specifically in this political climate, like white people shouldn't joke about
I agree.
genetic superiority.
I agree.
Like that was kind of like the criticism, broadly speaking. And since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
That is a home.
Ooh, damn. Listen, not speaking out against racism is supporting it.
Yeah.
You're supporting it. And it's
Straight
just
up.
obvious the crowd that she is trying to appeal to. The failed entertainer or influencer to alt-right pipeline is real. Recently, Sydney Sweeney's new movie came out. And guess what? It flopped. Bad. Christie starring Sydney Sweeney had one of the worst opening weekends of all time for a movie released in 2,000 plus theaters. Is this movie about a lesbian? That goes against everything that she's trying to appeal to. What the
This is crazy, but Sydney Sweeney's newest movie just became one of the biggest box office flops of all time. The
Damn.
movie is titled Christie, where Sydney Sweeney plays real-life boxer Christy Martin, and it is setting records in the worst way possible. First of all, the movie only made $1.3 million in its opening weekend domestically in the United States, which is insanely low. As you can see, this is one of the top 10 worst opening weekends ever for a film released in over 2,000 theaters.
Maybe people just hate. Maybe people just hate boxers.
That same day, you saw so many right-wingers online posting all these kind of like, Sydney Sweeney doesn't take shit. This is how you respond to a journalist trying to trap you. Like, this is so great to see. And I was just replying to them like, did you go see her latest movie? Did you spend money to support her art? Do you care about her art? No? You just want to keep having her do little dog whistles and signals to you? Gotcha. And, from a career standpoint, I have no idea what she's expecting to have happen here. It's like, okay, fine. Keep the far right just, within arm's length. Keep doing little things where it's like, hey, do you want to condemn white supremacy? No. All right. I mean, that's a pretty strong signal to everyone else who probably doesn't want to fuck with that, but sure.
Across the country, so it's available to go and be watched, but nobody's going. Even though this was the opening.
Okay, I'm bored. This is boring. This is very boring. This is boring. Actual real politics are more funny and interesting. Funny in a very depressing way. Oh, more drones in Europe. Oh wow, Poland's preparing for war. I got bored. I'm sorry. Sorry. Nordic Baltic leaders vow to back Ukraine amid controversial Trump peace plan. Ooh. Ukraine to face worse deal in future if peace plan not signed, US tells NATO. Trump is such a scumbag, I swear to fucking God. Trump again accuses Ukraine of showing a zero gratitude amid a peace talk. Zero gratitude. You have a zero thank yous. Donald Trump has accused Ukraine of showing a zero gratitude for the United States support during the Russian invasion as tensions mount over the US controversial peace plan. Have you forgotten how we stalled aid for 8 months? Show gratitude. Have you forgotten how we stopped sharing intelligence with you? Show some gratitude. Have you forgotten how we stopped giving you any aid packages and we started selling you weapons instead? Show some gratitude. Put some gratitude to my name, says Donald J. Trump. The 28-point program, which would see Ukraine losing territory and keep outside NATO, and slash its military by a huge part, not being able to have long-range missiles, not having full control over its own education, not having full control over its own internal policy about religion, not having full control over its own internal policy about language. You know, this is what happens when a country's sovereignty is being recognized, right? It's like, it's when a country outside of a sovereign country decides on a whole bunch of domestic as well as foreign policy. Of course, that is what real sovereignty is all about, as always. Thank you for your attention in this matter. Make America great again. Ukrainian officials, including Volodymyr Zelensky, has vowed to engage with the proposal, but the president has warned that Kyiv is facing a choice of losing a major partner or Ukraine's dignity. Well, the revolution of dignity is taking a whole other meaning now, doesn't it? The revolution of dignity. Talking to social media on Sunday, the US president struck a tone reminiscent of his White House bust-up with Zelensky in February. Yeah, because his mood swings are unpredictable, even worse than mine. Repeating the claim that Ukraine is not grateful for the US's backing. You're not grateful for us wanting you to capitulate. Why don't you show some respect to our capitulation plan? Show some gratitude. Cunt. He also reiterated his criticism of European leaders, who are largely critical of many of the terms in the peace deal proposal, over continued energy links to Russia. Exactly. Those stupid people from Hungary and, Slovakia. Oh, wait, no, actually, Trump gave him permission. Never mind. Ukraine leadership, zero gratitude. Europe, buys oil. Bad. Yes, Ukrainian and European officials are meeting in Geneva, Switzerland on Sunday to discuss the draft plan presented by Washington to end the war. Well, I want to see how that will end. Looking forward to some empty rhetoric from Europe, as always. Some decisive action in inaction. That happens. Zelensky said on Sunday that his delegation in the Swiss city was focused on finding doable solutions to end the war, restore peace, and guarantee lasting security. Yeah. Currently, there is an understanding that the American proposals may include a number of elements based on Ukrainian perspectives and critical for Ukrainian national interests. Oh, apparently, and that is a really shitty part of the thing. You remember that point about all criminals gaining amnesty in case of this plan going into motion? Apparently, there was a Ukrainian politician that wanted to tweak this point a little bit to give amnesty to all people that are implicated in any corruption scandals. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So some guy was like, oh, okay, if there's going to be a point about total amnesty, we might as well give that total amnesty to everyone that's accused of the corruption scandals that are rocking the country right now. There you go. This is what you call killing two birds with one stone, I guess. Or something. I don't even know what to call it. Authorship questioned. Ukraine and its allies' skepticism towards the document stems not only from the terms presented, but also its authorship. I think Polish prime ministers will ask, hey, who wrote this? We can work with this, but who wrote it? A Republican senator claimed this weekend that he had been told by Trump's main foreign policy representative, Marco Rubio, that it was a Russian plan, that Washington simply passed on to Ukraine. A Russian plan. Wow. Rubio denied this, writing on X that it was authored by the United States based on recent input from Russia and previous and ongoing input from Ukraine. Wait, what was that other article? Ukraine peace plan under scrutiny after Rubio reportedly said it came from Russia. Let me see. Secretary Rubio made a phone call to us this afternoon, I think. He made it very clear to us that we're the recipients of a proposal that was delivered to one of our representatives, Rounds said. It is not our recommendation. It is not our peace plan. It is a proposal that was received. He added, as an intermediary, we have made arrangements to share it, and we did not release it. Rubio issued denial. Following the senator's remarks, Rubio issued a statement contradicting their account. The peace proposal was authored by the United States. It is offered as a strong framework for ongoing negotiations, Rubio wrote on X. There you go. Such serious politics. Polish Prime Minister demands clarity. Also, I was right. It was Polish Prime Minister. Together with the leaders of Europe, Canada, and Japan, we have declared our readiness to work on the 28-point plan, despite some reservations. However, before we start our work, it would be good to know for sure who the author of the plan is, and where was it created. Well, and where it was created, but whatever. I'm not gonna be too harsh about Donald Tusk's English. One of the most difficult moments in our history. We already know that. Yeah, brilliant. Amazing. Maybe Russian plan, maybe not Russian plan. Who knows? Who cares? It's just one big mess, one big mystery. One big mystery that nobody knows how to untangle, nobody knows where it leads, and nobody knows what will happen. As always. As always, thank you for your attention in this matter. Make America great again. Isn't that right? US officials have told NATO allies that Ukraine cannot expect better conditions in the future if it does not agree to sign a peace plan put forward by Moscow and Washington this week. The UK's Guardian newspaper reported on Saturday, "You better sign this shitty deal or it will get worse in the future." Ambassadors from NATO nations were briefed on the plan, which reportedly has 28 points, and was leaked to the media by the US Army Secretary Dan Driscoll on Friday. "No deal is perfect, but it must be done sooner rather than later," he told them, according to one person who was present, according to The Guardian. No deal is perfect, but not all deals have to be shitty, right? Not all deals have to be absolute shit. Not all deals. Driscoll refused to say whether the deal on the table matches the plan published in the media. "Some things matter, some are window dressing, and most focus on the things that matter," he said, according to the Guardian source. Ukraine was not involved in drawing up the plan, which should be the reddest of flags. Driscoll said this made the process easier, the Guardian reported. Yeah, easier for Russia. It definitely made the process far easier for Russia that Ukraine was not involved in any negotiation of the peace plan. It's like, with Germany after World War I. It's 1919 all over again. President Trump wants peace now. "The more cooks in the kitchen, the harder it is to handle," he said, according to the source present. Yeah, Ukraine is not a victim of invasion. It's just a cook in the kitchen that can be just thrown out of the kitchen. Who cares about Ukraine, partaking in negotiation about its own future? Who cares about such stuff? Trump wants peace now. Wow. Okay. The newspaper reported that Julie Davis, the U.S. chargé d'affaires in Kyiv, told the other diplomats at the meeting, "The deal does not get better from here. It gets worse. So you better sign, or else you're fucked." Davis told reporters earlier this week that President Donald Trump was pursuing an aggressive timeline to get the deal signed. Thanksgiving deadline. Maybe that's why he said that there's no gratitude. Because Thanksgiving is getting close, and, the biggest gratitude that Ukraine could give to the US on Thanksgiving, a very famous American holiday, would be to capitulate to Russia's demands. You want to thank us? You can thank us by giving up. Blah, 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 blah. Trump said on Friday that he expected Zelensky to sign onto the plan by the Thanksgiving holiday on November 27th. The US has warned Ukraine it could curb military assistance if it does not sign, Reuters has reported. The leaked plan proposes significant territorial concessions from Kyiv, a limit to the size of Ukraine's armed forces, and a pledge not to join NATO. In return for promises including a pledge not to invade neighboring nations, Russia would reportedly see Western sanctions on it lifted, recover most of its frozen assets, and be allowed back into the G7 group. All the perfect conditions for Russia to be able to attack again in the future, by the way, and succeed. No sanctions, check. Russia being able to build up because of no sanctions, check. Ukraine not being able to defend itself because of its butchered military, check. No allied forces on the territory of Ukraine, check. This is just an invitation for Russia to attack again. And this time, take the entire prize. The entire prize. In the event of a renewed Russian invasion of Ukraine, Moscow would reportedly face a decisive, coordinated military response and reinstated global sanctions, whatever those vague nothings actually mean. So, here we are. Brilliant of the brilliance. We, the leaders of the Nordic Baltic 8, spoke with President Zelensky today. We have, from the outset of Russia's war of aggression, stood by Ukraine's side, and we will continue to do so. Our resolve comes from the fact that we know that this is not only about Ukrainian security, it is also about the wider security of Europe, which Trump does not give a fuck about. Ukraine has continuously shown that it is serious about peace. We commend President Zelensky for his efforts to steer Ukraine through these very challenging times. Ukraine remains ready to negotiate and, as stated by President Zelensky, is working on the document prepared by the US. Russia has so far not committed to a ceasefire or any steps leading to peace. Instead, Russia continues its brutal attacks against Ukraine's civilians and infrastructure. Solutions that respect Ukraine's sovereignty and that will bring Ukraine and Europe greater security and stability have our full support. We will continue to arm Ukraine and strengthen Europe's defense to deter further Russian aggression. As long as Russia continues its war against Ukraine, we will also support strengthening sanctions and wider economic measures. Finally, to the Ukrainian people, your resolve, determination, and courage has been truly admirable from the outset of the war. We want you to know that you are not alone and can count on our support. Well, at least some good news among the bleak realities of the world. There you go. Wow, I cannot believe this. What amazing. How amazing. Huh? How amazing, huh? Well, that's it. That's it. What else can I say? Let's look for some news on Epstein. You know, the whole reason why Trump is in such a hurry to push Ukraine to its knees. Such determination to screw over Ukraine. There must be a reason, right? Mm-hmm. Let me see. Anything interesting? Nothing here. So has the Epstein documentary changed your mind on him? On Epstein? Absolutely. Angel. AP News. I cannot wait for Russia to attack Ukraine again and conquer it. And I cannot wait for Russia to attack Poland as well. I just cannot wait to rejoin the Ruski Mir. It's going to be great. I cannot wait to become Russian. It has always been my secret dream. U.S. Senators say Rubio told them Trump's Ukraine peace plan is Russia's wish list. Oh. He denied that as well? Ooh, Russia's wish list. Lawmakers critical of President Donald Trump's approach to ending the Russia-Ukraine war said Saturday they spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who told them that the peace plan Trump is pushing Kyiv to accept is a wish list of the Russians and not the actual proposal offering Washington's positions. Great. Great. Second chances. JFK's granddaughter reveals terminal cancer diagnosis and criticizes her cousin RFK Jr. John F. Kennedy's granddaughter disclosed Saturday that she has terminal cancer, writing in an essay in The New Yorker that one of her doctors said she might live for about another year, and criticizing policies pushed by her cousin, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Well. Tatiana Schlossberg, the daughter of Kennedy's daughter, Caroline Kennedy, and Edwin Schlossberg, said she was diagnosed in May 2024 at 34. Oof. Really young to be diagnosed with terminal cancer. Well, that sucks. That's a pretty shitty hand to be dealt. After the birth of her second child, her doctor noticed her white blood cells count was high. It turned out to be acute myeloid leukemia with a rare mutation mostly seen in older people. By the way, there was a little incident when my mom was in the rehabilitation center. There was this little incident that happened when the doctors tested my mom's blood and were like, yeah, your white cells count is high. We think you've got cancer, a deadly one. And my mom was like, yeah, can you redo my tests? Of course, after surgery, my test results are gonna be wacky. Can you just redo the tests? They're like, fine. And they redid the tests, and the tests showed that she did not have, in fact, cancer. Jesus Christ almighty. Her essay was published on the 62nd anniversary of her grandfather's assassination. Schlossberg, an environmental journalist, wrote she has undergone rounds of chemotherapy and 2 stem cell transplants, the first using cells from her sister and the next from an unrelated donor, and participated in clinical trials. During the latest trial, she wrote, her doctor told her, he could keep me alive for a year. Maybe. Well, oh damn. What a thing to hear from your doctor. Rosberg also said policies backed by RFK could hurt cancer patients like her. Caroline Kennedy urged senators to reject his confirmation. Well, it's a little bit too late for that, I'm afraid. As I spent more and more of my life under the care of doctors, nurses, and researchers, striving to improve the lives of others, I watched as Bobby cut nearly $500 million for research into mRNA vaccines, technology that could be used against certain cancers, the essay reads. Schlossberg wrote about her fears that her daughter and son won't remember her. She feels cheated and sad that she won't get to keep living. the wonderful life she had with her husband, George Moran, while her parents and siblings try to hide their pain from her. She said she feels it in every day. For my whole life, I have tried to be good student and a good sister and a good daughter, and to protect my mother and never make her upset or angry, she said. Now I have added a new tragedy to her life, to our family's life, and there is nothing I can do to stop it. Yeah. Granddaughter of John F. Kennedy. I don't know. I think this is pretty horrible situation. And we have RFK Jr. That's basically the worst possible thing to happen to American healthcare in, well, I will not say ever, but I will say in a long, long time. Definitely. You're right. You're right, he did. Supreme Court did the right thing for once. Oh snap, some good news for once. There we go. It cannot be all doom and gloom. Countries being torn to shreds by stupid dictators. I guess we're gonna do one more. One more, and then we're gonna stop. Is that okay with you? Is that okay with my beautiful, wonderful, lovely audience? Is that okay in your book? Michigan adopts updated sex education standards after contentious meeting. And actually, the new adopted education standards are good. Despite opposition from some parents, some bigots, some shitty parents, and pastors, yeah, we should definitely care about what pastors have to say when deciding policy. The Michigan State Board of Education approved the revised state health education standards Thursday that include recommendations that students be taught about gender identity and sexual orientation. Thank goodness. I'm astounded that people think the best way to make things better is to restrict education. LGBT people, kids should not know that they exist. Trans people in general, nobody should know that gay or trans people exist. That should not be a thing, say some parents and pastors. Proponents of the standards say that they are age appropriate and will help LGBTQ plus students understand themselves, which is I mean, those parents and pastors hate the LGBTQ plus students, so they don't care about them. All they care about is that their children stay ignorant, preferably bigoted, and hate the gays. That's the reality of the situation. Opponents say the standards undermine parental choice and religious liberties protections because, it should be a parent's choice whether or not to raise your kid as a hateful fuck, right? You should be able to just raise your kid to hate others. That should be your religious choice. No, it should not. We have a separation of church and state, allegedly, and that should mean that parents should not just have a religious choice to raise their kids as hateful human beings. Should not be a matter of choice. More than 100 people signed up to speak during the public comment portion of the meeting, either in person or online, prompting the board to limit each person to 1 minute instead of the usual 3 minutes. Some people waved small pride flags during public comment. The state also had extra rooms available to hold those wishing to speak. The board voted 6-2 on approving the Michigan Health Education Standards Guidelines. Members made the decision after roughly 2 hours and 40 minutes of public comments, which were split between those in favor and guidelines and those opposed to them. What is the hurry? Why now? Why today? Why this? If you really want to address health and the sex ed, let's take time, said Eileen McNeil, president of Citizens for Traditional Values, during public comment. Yeah, let's just stall it. Let's stall it. Why should kids learn about gay people existing? Federal judge blocks the Trump administration from pulling funding for sex ed on gender diversity. Ooh. Get dunked on. Donald Trump. Others said it was time for the state to embrace change. Young people and Generation Z and the community that you serve are calling for comprehensive and inclusive sex ed and standards, said Brianna Briat of Detroit. Among these speaking against the guidelines was John Crossenbacher, a parent in Clinton Township and candidate for State House. He told board members no other group's position on the topic should matter except that of parents. He organized a petition that has over 1,600 people urging the board to withdraw the proposal or reject the proposal. We need to keep the gender ideology religion at home and let the parents teach that, said Shayla Cahoon, a member. What? What is the gender ideology religion? What the hell does that mean? Yeah, it is a religion to teach kids that gay people exist, I guess. Meanwhile, many, including parents of transgender students, called on the board to approve the standards, saying they provide information students need to understand themselves. Stella Shanaket told the board she supports the standards. Deniers lost the bathroom wars, so here we are again, with it wearing a different dress. Nobody's teaching your kids gender identity. They already know. They're just too scared to tell you about it. The bottom line is you don't have to believe in it. You don't have to accept it, but it exists. Thank you. Why do the religious ones always sound so crazy and unhinged and the proponents seem reasonable and, adult? Speakers spoke. What a clump of words. About student mental health, religious values, and contention around how LGBTQ plus topics are discussed. Standards get updated. Issue remains contentious because, of course, there are a ton of bigots in the world, in the US, that say your right to exist offends my religious sensibilities, and that cannot be accepted. My freedom of speech There you go. Imagine being educated about the fact that trans people exist and that gay people exist. Oh, what a horrible calamity that is. Well, too bad, stay mad. Children will get education. Children will receive education, whether you like it or not.
We begin today.
Okay, that's it. You know, Lucy, the gender religion. Oh, yeah, sure. Of course. Of course, I know. It's the best religion in the world. Okay, now I gotta go to the toilet, but I'm gonna do this. Politics or gaming? Politics, gaming. I'm gonna go to the toilet. Okay. Oh, gaming. People really want gaming. Wow. Okay, let's choose a game then. Let's choose a game. What game is good for you? I'm thinking of a game that that is best for this audience. What should it be? Let me see. Cannot believe that people are not pressing like on the stream. And I still have no new segments, I guess. That happens. Black Desert? No. I don't have it installed. I don't have the memory. Hello. We could play your favorite game. We could play Star Ocean, why not? I wrote it in English. Wow. One moment. Okay. Sorry. I added to the article. I just feel a bit. I'm feeling a bit. How you should say it. Oh yeah, we were supposed to do a dungeon, weren't we? Looking so quiet. Compounding machine. Use compounding to make a medicine bottle. You can do so with Artemis Sleep and Aphelios. First compounding. Artemis Sleep and Aphelios.
Here goes.
Huh. Guess nobody was about to tell me that the browser was blocking the thing.
Here goes.
Use the kit in blacksmith to make magic armor. I'll provide the materials. Okay. I need a tool, I guess. Where's art? Success rate 1%. No, We're not gonna do this for now. Okay, that's it. Those are the two things that we just cannot yet make. I don't want a thieves glove. Okay.
Ah, Dr. Guest.
Dr. Guest, yeah.
Everything ready?
Yes, sir. Everything's in place.
As always.
Ready when you are.
Okay.
Well, are we ready for the ruins?
Yep. We're all set, let's go. Oh, because the controller is not working anymore.
You ready for this? Here they come. How about
Got Black Saber.
That's one for us. Excellent.
Let's explore the island. Meat.
I'd say that was 8 out of 10.
Why is the chat so quiet all of a sudden? Was much more lively when I did the politics bit. What happened? What happened to the chat? The chat is so subdued. Hello. You're drawing? What are you drawing?
Let's go, creepy. Here come the monsters.
Creepy. Weepy and creepy.
I'd say that was 8 out of 10.
saber. The black saber. Magic clay. Shut up, kid. I'm gonna do whatever I want. I've been watching Solo Leveling a bit recently. I've watched the whole first season of Solo Leveling. I don't have Minecraft, and if I had the money, I would not spend it on Minecraft because, God, yeah, it's fun. It's not bad. The premise is very simple. Of course, if you ask me, I still think Free Ren is the better anime. I think Free Ren is better than Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling is a guilty pleasure slop, and Free Ren is more of an actual anime with a story.
Be careful. We better be careful.
Then maybe you'll enjoy the slop more. No, it's more like I cannot afford it. It's more like I cannot afford Minecraft. Then I don't like it. I used to play it on the PlayStation on stream actually. Yeah, literally. How much is it? Like $15 or something? Oh. I got stuck on this ruin once.
It's a dead end.
Yeah, I guess that's what any average person like you would say, lady. Me, I can open this up in like 2 seconds.
Like Trump, little Trump Jr.
Here, look. See this round thing? It's called a button. You push it, and then it'll open the way. Huh? That one.
When the stupid is smug about other people being stupid. You have to press them both at once, dumbass.
I think it's been more than 2 seconds.
It's these buttons. I think the contacts are off. It shouldn't take this long. Oh yeah! We have to push them both at the same time. Here, lady, go and push the other one.
Oh, alright.
Here goes. 1, 2.
Arrogant brat.
See? I told you I'd get this thing open.
Huh. I don't have the party member for this. Well, I mean, it is a lower priority item than a ticket to Ukraine or having food in Ukraine, I will admit. I also don't have a character for this. I wonder what it is. Is that stick connected to that magic circle with a line? IQ test. Hey Leon, is moving that stick the trick to moving that magic circle? Huh? Oh yeah, it must be. Oh, but be careful if you touch it. Got it. What is it connected to and where? Let's take a closer look. Yeah, I still remember being stuck on this, on the last boss of this place. I don't think I'm gonna be stuck this time because I have plenty of items, but I remember being in here without a single resurrection item.
Not too shabby. That wasn't too bad. Whoa.
But this version of the game has added tools that I love to play Minecraft with friends, but one, I play on mod pack, so they need the same mod pack. I need to rent a server. Oh. Well, you have friends. That counts for something, right? Is he gonna do anything, the kid?
How'd that one feel? Be careful. Let's go, you guys.
Yeah, you did not have assists like this in the original game. I feel like certain battles that were difficult before will be easier now because of the added elements that were not in the original game. Like, you have a lot of tools that you did not have access to before. And that, I think, makes a big difference. Right? Hello. What's the good news? Oh, nice. Thank you. I have to give you more timestamps. We've done a few things since then. We had a collaboration with a streamer, and
Nice work. All me there. Nice.
oh yeah, actually, oh, never mind. I'm thinking about A big achievement from yesterday is that I managed to landscape some of the rainforest and I built a sizable stable for horses. Oh, that's cool. I wonder if me playing Minecraft would be popular on stream. I would set myself the goal of defeating that dragon or whatever in the game. Oh, damn. I think Minecraft is fun to watch in an edited pre-recording versus live stream, unless the viewers are also participants. Maybe. I mean, I could be playing Minecraft in a smaller window when reacting to videos or something. This dungeon is not small, I guess.
We better be careful.
I want to finish the interview today, transcribing it. It's tough work. It's a lot more tough work than it should be. Whatever, it is what it is. No response yet. We'll see. We'll see how it will go. I don't know. I'm just gonna do my best. It's all that I can do.
Nice work.
That is all that I can do. My best. And nothing else.
That's one for us. Wonderful.
Awesome. We should look to collaborating with more content creators. Maybe I'll call into Lonerbox or something. Haven't done that in a while. It's one of the few content creators that I can actually interact with. Minecraft can be cute, but I feel like what makes it interesting is like the interaction with other players. I'd interact with Greater A.
That was a close one.
Excellent.
Whoa! Who's the man now?
We can win this. Let's go, you guys. That wasn't too bad. 10. Let's go, creep. Be careful.
Easy.
That's too easy.
Yeah, I did. That's because you played with me and I didn't have the space to just discover the game. What do I do here?
We better be careful.
Here they come.
What?
That was easier than I thought.
I wasn't even trash. I just played it for half an hour. Weird. What do I do here? Let's just explore some other places. Sure. My own editor is trash talking me. Where are my alleged friends? Co jest, Fajdusiu? No co? No co? Chodź. No chodź, Fajda. No co? Fajda is moaning to me about something. Co się dzieje, no? Co się dzieje, Fajdusiu? To chcesz czegoś? Chcesz czegoś, Fajdusiu? Co się dzieje? No co się dzieje, Fajdo? Co? No co? We'll see. Dana Bow often shit talks Dylan Burns. Like how?
That was tough.
Over.
Dylan Burns TV. Tried to guide you because you kept asking what different items meant and then you'd not listen, and to the explanation you'd run off. I will grant, however, that I was talking via chat, which you said is difficult to read while playing. Yeah, you should have went to the voice chat with me. If you play with me in voice chat, then we can try again. Bushu. Bushu. Look who I've got here. Bushu. 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 Beautiful dog. What did you say?
Be careful. Well then, let's go.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. For my Christmas wish list, I add money for food in Ukraine and for a fixer. Does that sound fair? Hey, I died. Okay, can you do something? What the fuck? What the hell? Is he gonna do something or just stand and do nothing? For real? This is ridiculous. Is he not gonna do anything? There you go. I guess according to this game, attacking with good balance means not doing anything. Yeah? You would have sent me some apple butter? Not you. Okay, I'm gonna show you something cool, okay? Where is it? Look at this. You can send a bird to do shopping for you. So as long as I have money, I will never run out of items. I don't think I've had this. I don't think I've had this skill when I was playing the game on the PlayStation first. I think I've had this leveled up back then. Yeah, it was, but I didn't have it leveled at the time when I was playing the game. At this part of the game, I didn't have it. Was one of my favorite skills.
Anyone hurt? That wasn't too bad. Not too shabby.
It's finally over.
Yeah. Yeah, because I have no I have no heating in the house. I have better heating in Ukraine than in Poland. Funny.
I'd say that was 8 out of 10.
That's a good score. Yeah. Could I be more sexist to you? Even more than you already are? Got him. Just to be clear. I see. What are you saying?
Let's go, Weepy! Well then, let's get it over with. That was easier than I thought.
Do you want to be sexist towards me?
Let's go, creepy!
You ready for this?
I guess after I do this dungeon, I'm gonna finish stream and work. I'm gonna finish work and do some more work. I should go to the kitchen and grab a snack. Maybe.
Time for a little. Let's go, Weepy! Vanishing That's one for us.
We've made this dungeon overcomplicated, okay? And on here. They made this dungeon overcomplicated.
You ready for this?
Be careful. Gentle light. We can win this. Let's go, creepy. How about
There we go.
That wasn't too bad.
I can feel the power.
Aha! Wonderful!
Nintendo power.
Here they come.
You ready for this?
Take this! Too easy. Well, I'd say that's worth 10 out of 10.
Jitten ka na?
We got enemies.
Well then, let's get it over with.
I'm gonna be over leveled by the end of this.
That wasn't too bad. 8 out of 10. The power.
Rock explosion. What a skill.
Here they come. Well then, let's get it.
Was this dungeon so big in the original game?
How'd that one feel?
Barbarians.
Bunch of barbarians.
You ready for this?
We can win this. I hope. That was anyone hurt?
Excellent.
Iron Fist. We have learned the Iron Fist.
We can win this. Time for a little
Do you like this game, Greater Rain? Or is it mid?
That was
Finally over.
It's okay? Is that below or above mid?
Here they come.
You ready for this?
That was all me there. This makes me happy.
This makes me happy. What a strange victory shout.
Behind us.
Let's go. We can win.
There we go.
Too easy.
Wait, do I have a resurrect spell? I don't.
I'd say that was 8 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Here they come.
We better be careful.
Yeah, you can overwhelm enemies a lot.
Let's go. Be careful. That wasn't too bad. Level up. Here comes the monster.
We better be careful.
I guess I have to activate them in the correct order or something.
Ooh, great. You ready for this?
Time for a little feel. That's it.
Weaker than I thought.
Yeah, it's sad. It is sad that we have not reached 33 people again. Or even 10.
We got enemies.
That's it. That was predictable.
Oh. Huh.
Be careful. Let's go, Weepy. Nice work.
That's weird.
Let's go, Creepy.
I wanna get this dungeon done.
That was tough.
Hello, Quack Quack Ducky Ducky. Wait, who's Quack Quack Ducky Ducky? On Twitch.
Let's go, you guys. We can win this.
I am me. Who are you?
Too easy.
Are you a new viewer? You are yourself? It is you?
This makes me happy.
Yep. Oh, you're a new viewer? What made you choose the name Quack Quack Ducky Ducky? Very on brand with my stream, I will say. Very on brand. Extremely on brand, actually. Oh no, I have to do them all in order. Oh boy. Memorization puzzle at its worst. Came here for the politics. I've done some politics today. I've talked about the peace deal, you know, the 28-point peace deal. I usually cover Ukraine mostly. I go to Ukraine as well to do journalism. Do you watch any other streamers? Out of curiosity? What's your hottest take? Depends. My hottest, I don't know. My hottest take is probably not that hot, but I think that the entirety of the West has dropped the ball on Ukraine. Ridiculously so. Pathetically so. And that's why we are where we are. But I don't... It's probably not even a hot take. It'll be a cold take, to be honest. Oh, babies are objectively people. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but babies are objectively people. Probably. Yeah, well, isn't Palestine supposed to be solved? Huh, I kid. Of course it's not. Israel still bombs Gaza. I could debate you on that. Because I definitely would say that babies are people. Babies in the womb, outside of the womb. Oh, the babies have personhood. Babies already have show personhood. Just not fully developed, but the babies definitely show personhood. Especially depending on what age of the baby you're talking about. But babies after being born definitely don't have 100% zero personhood, depending on the age. What do babies having a personhood entail? Well, showing any sides of what we perceive as personhood. Showing any trace of individuality or anything. What is your hottest take, Quack Quack Ducky? I mean, some people would not grant them personhood. That's the point. What is your hottest take? Oh, I don't think that's that high of a take. Then again, how would you, I don't know, finance the state? How would you finance the state doing the state things for the broader societal good, etc.? I mean, a 2-year-old is still a baby, isn't it? In the English language, at least. It's still a language in Polish as well. Voluntary fines. So donations? So you would expect the infrastructure, energy sector, housing sector, all to be funded through voluntary funds? Here's my hot take. Not everything requires consent. There you go. That's my hot take. Not everything requires consent. Okay? You don't, if you're a citizen of a country, you don't get to opt out of participating in that society by withdrawing your consent. There you go. How's that for my hot take?
Too easy.
Is that a hot take? Nobody wants to tell me if I gave a hot take or not. The only difference between the state and mafia asking for money to protect you is that one is legal. No, that's not the only. What does mafia build for you? That is a silly statement. Mafia takes money in order not to wreck your store, and the state builds infrastructure, builds schools, provides education, provides housing in better countries, provides healthcare in better countries, and provides many things that are actually provides things. The mafia does not, unless we're talking about some iterations of the Yakuza, in which case there's a argument to be made there, but yeah. The state is not taking taxes not to go and break your legs and wreck your store. The states also funds tons of wars, plus most money is going to lie in the pockets of politicians anyways. And not necessarily politicians, but I mean, that's another hot take of mine. Some wars are justified to be waged. Like, for example, aiding Ukraine from American taxpayer dollars, I think is justified. That's another hot take of mine.
Let's go, creepy. Be careful.
Oh no! Okay, if you want to make everything voluntary, then all those who do not volunteer into the infrastructure, education, etc., don't get to use it. That's fair, right? If you don't volunteer into it, then you don't get to use it. You don't get to participate in it. There you go.
was tough.
I hate to ask the obvious question, but how would you even survive if you'd opt out of using infrastructure, housing, etc., electricity? Because if taxation is theft, then so paying the bills. So is paying the bills, isn't it? Oh yeah, of course. The police is also funded by your tax. So if anybody steals anything from you, you're on your own. So property rights go out the window, I guess. Yeah, but they won't. So I guess you won't use streetlights. In fact, you won't have property rights, because that is a thing that the state grants you, as Moho said. Like, I don't believe you get to consent to everything. Just like when your country gets invaded, I don't think you get to consent out of defending the country that you are a citizen of. I know that village is being massacred and all the kids are being killed, but I guess I just don't consent to fighting for this country. Bye. Let me see. What was I supposed to?
We can win this. Well then, I hope. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't think you understand the difference between you managing your money and the state managing, you know, the infrastructure of the entire city, of the entire country. Like, do you think you could manage the infrastructure of an entire country on your budget? No, you couldn't. The answer is no, you couldn't. But that's a silly statement to say that the state knows how to manage my money better than I myself can. No, I'm not asking the state to manage my household budget. A state budget is something different than a personal budget. Never thought I'd have to say that. Yeah, I think you can already do reasoning. Small babies feel sorry for things. The small children definitely show signs of deliberate action, feeling bad about things. It's not fully developed, but it's not completely not there either. They take your money, then give it to a private company, which then makes roads, etc. No, that's not true. Actually, state takes my money, and that depends on the country, of course. But for the most part, for most countries, the state takes the money. Also, it takes small amount of a single person's money and spends it via public companies. Public institutions that build roads, public institutions that, of course, there's also public transport, which is also from taxpayer money. Like what? What middlemen? Who are the middlemen that make the stuff expensive? All things like regulatory bodies exist, right? So like without those agencies, who is there to prevent someone from putting like arsenic in your noodles? I mean, that's true also.
Awesome.
Who's to stop any guy who do just poisoning the water that you drink? I mean, the bureaucracy is necessary in some cases, as Moho said, for regulating certain things, like people not poisoning your food and water. Or do you think that's not really important? Which Trump's administration seems to think that it's not really important because they have deregulated a lot of stuff when it comes to the water. And literal shit being in the water.
Look! There it is! I found it! It's all here!
Yeah, but it's the same. You basically pay the same tax to a private company. What's the difference between paying tax and you paying to a private company that tells you what is good and what is not? You can't really not pay. Also, I would like to remind you that it doesn't matter. No, it's not. It exactly isn't. It isn't. It isn't with consent. You're just telling yourself that you have consent, but if you don't do it, then you won't know what's good or not, so you'll poison yourself. Also, there's a difference between asking a private company which thing is good and which isn't, and there being a regulatory body that actually stops bad things from being there in the first place. If there's no regulatory body, your private company is useless because everybody will just poison everything. Without regulation, what's stopping people and those private companies from poisoning all of your food and all of your water? And then you can pay all the private companies in the world to tell you what's good or not. They're just going to tell you everything's bad to a varying degree, and you'll just have to choose which bits are less horrible with consent. There you go.
I think we all pitched in on this effort, Leon.
Yes, I suppose you didn't do as terribly as I expected.
You already can. Every can of tomatoes aren't regulated. They give one batch to check yearly or so. Yeah, but those regulations are there for a reason, and they are regulated. Trust me. There's a difference. There's a huge difference between things being regulated and unregulated, as the United States is learning the hard way when Trump deregulated many things.
Man, what a brat.
Oh, Oh, I don't know.
their
I was starting to find
inspections,
his badge
etc.
Kind of cute.
Hey, don't go too far ahead, Leon.
The pendant.
Huh?
I think there's a faint light coming from it.
That is a cute artwork.
Wouldn't that be due to the ore that's around us?
Come on, lady. Let's just get this ore and get out of here.
Leon, behind you!
Private companies can do more inspections for cheaper because there will be many private companies whom they would have to compete with. It doesn't matter. Inspections are worthless if you don't have regulation. They're just inspecting which is the less horrible option. Without regulation, inspection is whatever. Inspection without enforcement is useless. And private companies will not enforce the water and the food, etc., not being contaminated. That's the role of the state. Oh, Ray's dead, okay. In a true free market, there's no such thing, first of all, as a true free market because... No, there's just no such thing as a true free market. A true free market leads a select few companies to have a monopoly. And guess what? Those few companies that have the monopoly do not care about any regulation. They will give you whatever they want and you will like it because they're the only game in town. That's what the true free market leads to. What do you mean by natural? What is an unnatural monopoly, first of all? Monopoly is just a monopoly. There's no distinction between an unnatural monopoly and a natural monopoly. Monopoly is just a monopoly. I could just... In the United States, there are companies that are just monopolies when it comes to the internet. What the hell is a natural monopoly as opposed to what? Unnatural monopoly? No, that's not true. In fact, the state broke up a lot of big monopolies. Why would they do it? So no, that's actually not true. We won. YouTube and side chat became very quiet. The quietest chat ever. I hope I have gained a Twitch viewer through this cool little debate. No. What about state regulation creates monopolies? Walk me through it. And what about a truly free market prevents monopolies, actually? That would be my bigger question.
I'm fine.
Wait, where's Leon?
He was just here a moment ago.
He peed himself.
Leon, what happened?
I peed
That
myself.
monster! I've never seen anything like that. Not even in my books.
Ha, guess you can't learn everything from the textbooks, huh?
Oh, come on.
Claude, we should just get this ore we came here for and get back.
I will grant that I'm not an expert in development from the range of birth of 2 years old, which is considered the sensory-motor stage. However, it's hard to be quick to assign personhood to a being that doesn't even grasp object permanence. I mean, there are people that are adults, have personhood, and don't grasp object permanence due to one condition or the other. Are you saying they're not persons and should just be disregarded? In fact, people with Alzheimer's don't grasp object permanence in a way because they forget. Should they just be not treated as persons? Yeah, and do you know what would happen to those competition in a truly free market without red tape or bureaucracy? They would consolidate into big companies, bigger companies, to have an edge over competition, and they would drive out that competition. And do you know what that would result in? A monopoly. Very naturally.
Yeah, enough playing around.
If you think that it's bureaucracy and red tape that makes companies consolidate, I would like you to walk me through the logic. Existing companies.
What's the pendant looking like now, Reina?
I assure you that Disney does not have basically a monopoly in entertainment because of red tape.
It's back to normal. It must have reacted with the ore, huh?
How will they drive out competitions? By consolidating and creating a bigger company that can give cheaper and better products, therefore driving out competition, because a smaller company just cannot compete against a bigger one. It's that simple. So a bunch of smaller companies would just form a bigger one and drive out all the smaller ones and become a monopoly. That is how that would happen, without any regulation in place. You would not need any lobbying, and you would not need any red tape for that to happen.
Weird. I wonder what that pendant's made of. Here, Leon.
Yes, but all life should be treated with respect. The lack of personhood doesn't mean it's free range on life. I wouldn't advocate abusing squirrels or maybe even animals. So are you saying that a person with Alzheimer's is not a person? Moho says, also economies of scale exist, like a factory that makes 10 guns doesn't work as efficiently as one that makes like 1,000,000 guns. That's true. There you go, you get it. The smaller companies make the big corporation lower its prices, consumers win. No, they don't, because once the corporation is the only game in town, they raise prices again, because you have nowhere else to go. So no, the consumers don't win. The consumers win again until the monopoly forms, and then the consumers just take whatever the company gives. That's the nature of monopolies. I might be, depending on how advanced the disease is. I mean, I guess that's fair. I guess I cannot argue against that.
This is the ore you wanted, right? Hang on to it.
Oh, okay.
My grandmother
The
had
soldier's waiting for us
Alzheimer's,
on the
and at
coast.
the end
Let's go.
stage, she basically was completely checked out. But even when she was completely checked out, we don't know if she didn't have any inner world. Even if her communication with the outside world was basically non-existent at the end stage. Without lobbying, the only way to drive out competition, as you say, is to give better value for money. Or is there a third way? Yeah, you give a better value for money until you drive out the competition. Once you do it, you don't have to give better value for money anymore because there's no competition. That's how that works. All of the time with monopolies. Alright. I have to do the... Oof. I should probably... I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab a snack. The competition will never cease to exist. It's a free market. As soon as the demand for cheaper goods is rising, new businesses will start to fill up the gap. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's not how that works. That is how that works in fantasy land, but in the real world, one big company that just monopolizes everything forms and drives out the competition. In fact, without regulation, the bigger company would just hire goons to drive out the competition. Without you'd have no taxes, and you'd have no syndicates would form. Actually, I forgot about that bit. I forgot about the bit when you don't have taxes and you don't actually have any law enforcement. So those bigger companies that would form would hire their own goons or their own police or whatever to drive out the competition. Kind of forgot about that. Well, no, a voluntary funded police would be so bare bones that it would be practically useless, I'm sorry to tell you. If you think that voluntary funding would fund a robust police, then I'm sorry to tell you, but you live in a very idealistic world. Also, while I'm preparing myself food, I would like to remind you that a system of voluntary financing already exists. It's called charity. And we already know that charity does not even cover a fraction of what the state does with its taxes. Yeah, people say defund the police all the time because they don't know what that means. Technically voluntary is a good way to put it. Yeah, well, no, they cannot just fund the goods themselves. How would that even be organized for the people to fund the goods themselves? We already know how that works through charity. And guess what? Charity does not even cover a droplet of what the state does with taxes. It means relocating the funds to spend less and more efficiently. It doesn't mean liquidate the police by not paying it at all. Not really a decent chunk. No. Leon cannot join my party as Rena. Diaz can. Trust me, people do not live paycheck to paycheck because of taxes. People live paycheck to paycheck because they get paid shit. And that's that's a completely separate topic. Again, there's a really naive view if you think that people who live paycheck to paycheck, if there were no taxes, then suddenly the bosses would be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pay my employee this much more now. Alright, we've done it. So was the girl treated as a non-person? Yeah, oh yes, it would. It would arguably even it would happen even more because how else would the state get money? Oh. If you think that the state could be funded voluntarily, then I don't know what to tell you. See? There you go. And who exactly would enforce not giving the government that power? A bunch of volunteers? What? Who would enforce making the government smaller rather than bigger? Is my question. Who's the one giving or not giving power? Oh, why should... Well, yeah, but the judiciary is paid through taxes as far as I'm aware. And I will assure you that a judiciary voluntarily paid for would be a huge conflict of interest, actually. Oh yeah, I volunteered to pay your salary, my dude judge. You better not judge not in my favor ever again, because remember, I pay your salary through my voluntary consent payment. Yeah, that there's no way that could go wrong, right? A judiciary that would be funded through voluntary donations. I do like the classic music, actually.
You're back. How did it go, sir?
All according to plan. We've mined the ore, and the liqueur hope's as good as done.
Brilliant, Dr. Guest.
It is, yeah. Yeah, I do say that. I do say that it's a huge conflict of interest if private citizens would donate to judges. Yes, I would say that would be a much bigger conflict of interest than them being funded through taxes. I don't think it's a hot take to say that. In fact, you're just doing a different version of lobbying at that point. The lobbying that you so opposed just moments ago. Well, that's far more extreme than lobbying. You're just paying, you're just buying the judge basically at that point as a private citizen for your donation, for your consent. Yeah, citizens pay their salary, but no single citizen has bigger or smaller contribution. You pay taxes, and then the state allocates it. There's no citizen that says, oh yeah, I volunteer this huge amount of money for you, judge, so you better listen to what I say. Because there's not many other people that will consent to pay you this much. There you go. From now on, you're on my payroll. What exactly would stop that from happening in that system of voluntary donations?
Okay.
Yeah, I never said the government was corrupt. You said it. I'm just saying that no matter how you look at it, the conflict of interest of private citizens buying the judiciary would be bigger than them being paid through taxes. I'm sorry, but there's no tax for judges, tax for specific things. There's just taxes for everything, so your argument is empty, even if there are tax brackets. Because those taxes go to the state budget. They don't go to Judge A, Judge B. A single individual's taxes don't go to John, the judge. Okay? Or Steve, the policeman. And then the system that you're proposing, that would absolutely be the case. Why would you fund an entire sector? If you give... That's still, by the way, highly problematic. Also, that just takes you back to the consent thing. Why would you have to pay for this judge and not the other judge? That just goes back to the whole consent problem that you have. If you cannot pick and choose which judge to donate to voluntarily exactly, then that just takes away your consent to choose what to do with your money. So there we go. We're back to square one with the consent thing.
Dr. Guest, how did it go, sir?
Couldn't have gone better. Can't talk now, though. Gotta report to the king.
Oh, yes, sir. Excuse me.
You can choose to throw money at them individually. People already do that. It's called bribing. Yeah, and it's illegal. Guess what? That's illegal. So you just want to make bribery legal. Is that what you're saying? People should just be able to bribe everybody in the open legally. Is that your ideal solution?
The king and your parents are waiting for you, Dr. Guest.
I'll be in the throne room as soon as I can.
Yeah, it is illegal. But you'd like to make it legal for your proposal.
Let's get moving, lady. I don't have time for any side trips right now.
How will voluntary funded government make bribery legal? Let's see. How would voluntarily funding specific people in the government or specific people in any other branch be legal bribery? I'll let you think about that for a moment.
Welcome back, Dr. Guest. We've been waiting for you.
Everywhere he goes, it's always Dr. Guest.
I'm relieved to see you back, Leon.
How did the ore mining expedition go?
I have the ore with me right now, sire.
Ah, brilliant. I knew you'd live up to your promise, Leon. Right then, Floreth and Murdoch, let's finish up work on the Liqueur Hope as quickly as possible.
Yes, sire.
Check it out, Mom. I got it. The real thing.
Wow.
Mind your manners, Leon. You are in front of the king.
We will begin the final construction phase on the Liqueur Hope immediately, Your Majesty. Would Leon be able to come with us? We will need his expertise on site.
Yes, by all means. Now, how should I deal with you?
What do you mean?
Yeah, judges having salaries through taxes is not the same as a rich person giving the judge a bunch of money openly and saying, yeah, you're on my payroll now through my voluntary donation. Yeah, that's not remotely the same, I'm sorry to say.
There's nothing to be angry about. We have already conducted a full background check on your party.
What you're basically saying is, I don't like the status quo, so let's make it much, much worse.
On behalf of the King of Cross.
I see. So you had your doubts about us.
But there's little doubting you now. In fact, I realize that you are more than worthy of my entire kingdom's trust.
So, what would you like from us, Your Majesty?
Yeah, so what is this partial consent that you're proposing here? The tax itself is, I guess, is consensual, but how the money is used is not. Once you give the money to the state, it's out of your hands. You do not have a say on how it's spent, to who it goes. That doesn't sound like consent to me.
The frontline base?
Actually, sounds like a big lack of consent.
As I'm sure you know, the base is currently...
Why would you even give the money to the state at that point? Why would you give it to directly to the individual? Why not bypass the state, as you said, just a couple of lines above? You cut the red tape, you just pay the judge directly.
Navigating to L is a near impossible task.
You've got bigger consent power that way.
So you want us to fend them off long enough for you to finish up the Liqueur Hope, is that it?
Precisely. I knew the heroes from Cross would understand. You want to get to L? I want to get to L. It's the perfect arrangement, wouldn't you agree?
Well, no, you didn't.
Really
That's not exactly how that works.
Besides,
You didn't vote for them. You didn't vote for the judges yourself. So no, you did not completely consent to those particular judges. Your consent ended with the people that you voted for and trusted them to choose the right people, but your consent ends there. I'm not sure.
I'm counting on you, my friends.
Just because people voted for Donald Trump, it does not mean that they consented for J.D. Vance to be the vice president. Would be the perfect example. Okay, I guess we're gonna save and I'm gonna finish it here. You're basically like You're basically, wait, are you more left-wing or right-wing, by the way? I'm actually curious if you're more left-wing oriented or right-wing oriented politically. Yeah, you consent to the representatives and you trust them to choose the right judges. But doesn't mean that you consent to any judge they choose. They can choose poorly and you can be unhappy with that choice. That's what you just said is very stupid, okay? That just because you voted for the representatives, it automatically consent to any choice they make, no matter how stupid and bad. Hello. Hello, hello. What was I saying? I had a thought. What was I saying here? A left-leaning libertarian is definitely a thing. Well, that's an example. It is a critique of representative democracy, but I'm also telling you that your consent ends at choosing the representative. You just don't understand the NAP, Lucy. True. Like, you sound like the far right guys from the Confederacy Party in Poland, I'm not gonna lie. The infamous leader of the far right party that was like, yeah, I'm gonna eliminate all taxes. I'm gonna reduce all taxes to 0. And then you got asked, so how will you fund anything? I don't know. I'm not even gonna go into the fact that with voluntary funding you cannot plan anything because the number of funds you will get is random at any given moment in time. No amount of funding is ever guaranteed, so you cannot make any sort of even short-term, not to even mention long-term plans for anything. Does my consent end when I let my accountant manage portfolio as they wish? No, because you can just, withdraw that consent with your accountant. You can withdraw that consent. Once you choose a representative, you cannot just in the middle of it, oh, you chose the bad judge. Okay, I withdraw my consent. You're no longer my representative. You cannot do that. Did you know that? Did you know that your political representatives are not your personal accountants that you can just fire, withdraw your consent from them representing you? Yeah, even if your accountant manages your portfolio as they wish, if you're not happy with how they do it, you withdraw your consent. Yeah, that just means that there's no real budget to the state. That just means that the state cannot make any plans for anything. Because there'll always be a part of the people that will not like the plan and part that will like it. So basically, the state would just be paralyzed and would not be able to do anything. Brilliant. There was this one country that sort of did not really have any tax system to speak of. You had a bunch of rich nobles that maybe volunteered to give money to the king, and kind of had their own private armies for every needs they had. It was called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Do you know what happened to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth? Oh yeah, it ceased existing. No, I'm not jumping to conclusion. If everything's voluntary, then there is no real fixed budget. Any amount of money can shift from month to month by any random amount. If anybody just decides, oh yeah, I'm just not gonna voluntarily fund the state this month. So no, I'm not jumping to conclusions. I'm just reaching the logical conclusion of what you're proposing. Because voluntary funding of the state would mean that the funding would be random. Yeah, they do have, they have fixed budgets more or less, even if they are prone to change. Yeah, actually, the state does plan spending based on the budget that they have. That is not random. Yeah, that is correct. I would love to see the United States functioning like that. 300 million people plus being funded by people just voluntarily funding the state. Let me see if I should. Okay, I guess I'm gonna end for now. Unless somebody wants me to continue and donate or subscribe for my trip to Ukraine this week to do more journalisms. You want me to continue? Saying that inflation is theft is just silly. I'm not even gonna go into the fact that the state issues the currency that you're using in the first place, but which alternatively would just go to a bunch of banknotes issued by individual banks, which would have varied value. You don't really own the currency, no. That's actually not true. You do not own it at all. You don't own the currency. You do own your own money, but...
So that's where the mental aspect of boxing comes into play.
Oops. But the state owns the currency. the state controls how much your money is worth. So there you go. In that sense, you don't even completely own your own money, since the state controls how much it's worth. Yes. Oof. I mean, in your desire, co Fajdusiu? In your desired world, you'd own basically nothing at all. Co jest, Busiu? No, tak. Okay, so should I continue or should I need to finish the article though. I don't know, and I also need to rest. Sadly, my fundraiser was a flop. I did not make a single dollar. So were my takes hot? Hot like a stove. Yeah. Hot like a frying pan that's frying a sausage. Sorry. Also, I hope I have gained a Twitch viewer. Are you from the United States? It feels like you're from the United States. Also, it feels like you created this, almost feels like you've created this Twitch account for me with the name Kwak Kwak Daki. I'm from Poland. I'm Polish. I'm sorry, with the name Quack Ducky Ducky, it does sound like the person has made the account for me. Troll you, exactly. Your mascot is a baby duck? Oh, my mascot is duck in general. Duck in general. My biggest sponsor, Dr. Jones, is not even watching the stream. Or maybe your biggest fan, true. I wonder if fake Alec Cal Parker has edited the segment. Let me see if it's uploading. Okay, what the hell? Okay, that's weird, okay? I hate YouTube so much. Where do you fall in the political spectrum? Where do you think I fall in the political spectrum? That's a good question. I consider myself a lefty leftist. No co jest, Pajdusiu? No co? Pajdo! 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 Nudzi ci się, co? What, do you hate me? Why would I hate you? What do you mean? Why are you calling me bro? Are you a transphobe? Are you a left-leaning libertarian transphobe? Also, what kind of rewards would you like to redeem? Be able to redeem? Give me proposals. What kind of reward would you like from me? I don't know. Where are you from again? I don't treat it exactly like gender neutral, especially from people that I don't know.
Well, I'd say that's worth
10 Bro?
out of 10.
Hajdo! Hajdo, chodź! Chodź na mnie, Dusiu! Chodź! Czekaj. Give him his toy. So what kind of reward would you like? I keep... Why would I hate you, Estelle? Hmm? Oh, no, thank you. I don't need the brain rot version of anything. For no reason. Okay, you never told me what rewards you want. Kaido! Kaido hates the flag, I guess. Kaido! I said give more rewards. What kind of rewards do you like? Kaido! Kaido! Little clips?
Anyone hurt?
I knew we'd win.
What do you... Hmm. What kind of sound bites would you like? I've got some good weapons stockpiled here. Ooh. What the hell happened to the controller? I hate this. I think I'm gonna finish stream soon. Oh. I could do little animations. I'm a bit of an animator myself. You know, I am a little bit of an animator. Artist, if you will. I do accept commissions for my artwork. Would you like to see how my artwork looks like? What the what's happening with the... Oh my god, the USB is so crap in this computer. I've just learned that very recently. Okay, I'm gonna show you my artwork then. Let me see. There you go. This is the artwork that I drew for the next announcements I'm gonna make. I have to make it smaller. Yeah, it is. I have to make it smaller. There's a high resolution crap. Have to make it much smaller first. There you go. That's the artwork. Yes, yes, yes. My commissions are always open. I don't really... Yes. Basically, mascot of the channel. Supposed to represent me, but of course I don't look like anything like this. But still, the character represents the channel, basically. What about the duck? The duck is the character's pet. Oh, what a weak sword. Oh. I actually want to buy this. Why did I turn you even an inch towards libertarianism? In what sense? I'm not a big fan of libertarianism in general. In principle, I feel like it's not really a workable. But maybe if we keep watching the streams, maybe if you become like a Lucy has a viewer, a giggler, so to speak. Have I convinced you to tune in regularly to the streams? Oh my gosh. Have I turned you into a true believer of Lucyism? Most people I've met agree with libertarianism on paper, they just disagree that it'll work, you see, like that. I mean, kind of, I guess. Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna... How long have I been streaming? Let's see. Holy moly. 4 hours, 40 minutes. I guess I'll just stop for now and I have to finish my work. Okay, I have to finish stream now because I've been told by my boss. Let me just say that I've been hurried up by my boss, okay? My boss just wrote me and said, yeah, you better hurry up. And I'm like, okay. Lucyism can't exist? What do you mean? I'm sad that the fundraiser was not a bigger success. True. When will you stream again? Tomorrow. I stream every day. Sometimes I stream from Poland, sometimes I stream from Ukraine. Because I also do journalism in Ukraine. Which is a thing. I can't call myself a journalist now. Do you have a blog? No. Not a blog, but I work for a publication in Poland. You're leaving? I have to. I've just... My boss just DM'd me, okay? Saying that I have to send the texts and I have not finished. One is finished but needs to be looked at by someone, and the other is I have to finish. So yes, that's basically it. Also, we've been... Well, it's okay. Okay, I'm gonna get to work now. So, I'll see you, okay? I'll turn off the game. I hope to see you again, because I'm trying my best to grow from a micro streamer to a small streamer, and it's not easy. Thank you. Also, keep an eye out for the formation of a new YouTube channel, because I keep working on that as well. I keep working on the new YouTube channel as well for my interviews that I've recorded and I want to turn into videos. Okay. What's the channel called? Probably Lucy Has a Movies or something. Something simple like Lucy Has a Movies. That's probably going to be the name of the channel. Okay. I'm going to have to think of a proper layout for it as well. Well, it's been really fun. I really am grateful for all of you for being here. You are true troopers. You are true viewers. You are the best in the world, and I will see you, okay? Oh, wait. I have to raid you into somebody that may one day return the favor and raid me back. Oh, don't leave, Twitch viewer. I'll raid you into someone else on Twitch, okay? Maybe they will return the favor. The line. There you go. Okay, I'm doing a raid on Twitch as well. That's all. That's all. That's all. Fine, some dogs allowed. Pronouns, there you go. I'm gonna rate you to some person that has 41 views on Twitch. Start raid. Co jest Wojdusiu? Też nie zamówi? Ja z tobą wyjdę. Okej. No już. Już idziemy, Busiu. No tak. Jezu. Okay, I'm gonna finish stream now.
It's Chainsmoker.